Good morning, everybody, and welcome to RC Racing TV's live coverage of Finals Day. This is the quarter-final for two-wheel drive. Dalibor Rohach from Peter Hartmann, from Olivier Blanchard in 3-4. Romain Leluyet, Christian Vella 5. Dusan Veter in 6. Tobias Dollar in 7th. René Fasner in 8th. Ludwig Kreischer in 9. And Michael Matulik in 10th position. And that's how they line up for this first of our very hectic finals day. Over the jump to start with, you're not allowed to double that in the first lap, remember. The Diad Costini double. So off and running, and already issues as the poleman Dalibor Rohach on the Horman HT3 with the Zenor G4Z engine is getting away from, in second place, Peter Hartmann, the RC Sport Brezzi colleague, both from the Czech Republic. He's on the Elcon MMX. Side by side coming into the final corner. As ever, it's top three to go through. No fastest losers, no lucky losers, no repechage. It's leave nothing on the track here. Third place at the moment, the Frenchman Olivier Blanchard on the FG T2M, another Zenor engine, of course, with the Hobby Centre tuning for him. As they continue around down to the Samba hairpin, and that's a stop and go penalty for Tobias Dollar, the man from the RCC Steinlach club in Germany on the Horman HT3. Didn't hear what the call was there, but it must have been contact early. 20 minutes these finals. We're into quarters, semis and the big European Championship run today. All live here on RC Racing TV. Frank, Adam and me, John, with you today. And there's a problem for the leaders on the infield. Whoops. Had a couple of problems there. Now, will that affect the first, second and third? What it has done is allowed Dalibor Rohach to drop the second, and Peter Hartmann, his clubmate, to go through into first position. Dusan Veter is up to third now, after Olivier Blanchard has had an absolute disaster on that last lap. The second lap took him 1 minute 16. So, check the third place man as he comes round. The organisers getting underway absolutely spot on time. 9 o'clock Central European time today for this very full season of racing. Action again at the Grafil Gradient, one of our action areas this weekend. So second and third have just gone through to start the next lap, which is lap 5. This is fourth position for Christian Vella, the one of two MCC Leinfaden Oettingen drivers, club drivers here, another Horman. The Michi Steely tuning on this engine. Michael Steely doing a grand job here yesterday. So this one just settling in. The 20-minute races that we ran yesterday were somewhat races of attrition. So coming down to the final corner. It is the, well, let's pick up the battle coming through now. Through comes the number 7. these guys further back down the field at the moment, but the leaders in that group. The 0 flies the doubles very well. That's our leader right in there, the number 2. And that's Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, coming through the field now. Dalibor Rohak in second, his clubmate, and then Roman Leluye now. And Dusan Veta have been. In fact, Veta has gone missing. So there's another issue there. He is in the pits. He was in third position. Very heavy machines these, up to 14 kilos. Well, some of them were closer to 20 in the early muddy running. As the first 5 minutes have elapsed. Remember, this is all about survival here and getting through to the next round. Quarter-finals here, first thereof. Quarter semis and the European Championship finals today. Another issue there, and this time it is the 0 of Michael Matalish. So (6 minutes 24 gone). 13 to go. And issues in the midfield whoops for the 5. That's Christian Vella on the Human. Alright, let's pick up the guys towards the sharp end of the field. Lost my timing here for a moment, so apologies. Been just 1 or 2 little issues with the systems here at Fairing. Unusually, I have to say, they are normally pretty good. Jing here, the battles. That is the, I believe that's the second place driver at the moment, the number 1. I'm kind of guessing to say that. It is Rohak Dalibor though, who qualified on pole position. Engines revving all over the place at the moment. Over the whoops at the far end, the double. And now down into, we'll follow a lap round actually, and we'll give you, this is the Samba hairpin, which is block paving. 4 different surfaces here, very highly polished clear. This is the gravel bodies gradient onto the triangular tabletop, and then into the infield whoops. Got to really try and double both sets of those. The EFRA bridge onto the tiles, through the bomb hole, and then around the last couple of corners onto the grid straight, onto the pit straight. This is a very quick left-hander. Right side tyres taking a pounding here, and through once again to the D'Agostini double. You can see that the cambers do help. This is the tabletop, has caught 1 or 2 people out. If you don't commit to it, you can catch the leading edge. And braking absolutely key into the hairpin. So Dalibor Rohak then, our leader, is the number 1. It's Roman Leluye in second and Christine Vella in third. So they stand at the moment. In fourth is the number 9, Ludo Krejčar, who qualified through, of course, from the 8th finals yesterday. Still half the race to go here. Beautiful conditions today. Could not be any better, really. Ludo Krejčar is closing down on 3rd place at the moment, so we can pick up number 9. That would be a good thing. He's coming over through the bomb hole now and into the final corners. The problem is he's got Olivier Blanchard coming back through the pack. Blanchard was quick early on. There is your 4th place buggy at the moment. This is one of the qualifiers. Ludo Krejčar on the Horneman. Another one of the RC Sport Brezzi club members. MRS tuning on his motor. And now dropped down to 5th position as Olivier Blanchard from France goes through. So it's the 3 car now we've got to keep an eye on. In fact, they're just changing places again underneath us as they go through. Heading over the D'Agostini double. There is the number 9, Ludo Krejčar in 5th position. We'll go forward to the number 3 if we can, Adam. The pink, blue and white car just coming in front of you there. There he is. Wrong way. Thank you. That was the driver, not the cameraman. That is 4th position, just outside of qualifying at the moment that we are seeing this battle for. 4th and 5th absolutely together, as once again the Horneman HT3 of Ludo just gets a little bit out of shape. Blanchard qualified 3rd here on the FGT2M, member of the AMCH 63 club in France. Hobby Centre tuning on his motor, and he's got to really get his head down here and try and chase down Christian Vella, the 5 buggy which is ahead of him and some distance ahead at this stage. But within sight, half a chance here still with 7 minutes or so to go. 5 buggy just coming to the Graphil bodies gradient now, and now onto the infield. The infield whoops there causing problems, and behind this buggy is the battle. Here comes the 3 car, Olivier Blanchard, after some issues earlier on. He's been in the pits and out again. Look in the background there, you can see as they come through our berm camp and onto the main straight, the Blanchard is beginning to gain. Blanchard right there and stuffs it. There are parts of this track which you must respect. There's some of them, particularly the tabletop, looks fairly benign, and yet it's got so many people out this weekend. And again, Blanchard, I think, just pushing a little too hard there. Olivier Blanchard with that FGT2M. Oh, hang on a second. Car sitting up on its tail there. How unusual. That was the 4 of Romain Leluyet, another FGT2M driver with Hobby Centre power. Another Frenchman. So that is the number 4 of Romain Leluyet. Let's pick up the 3 again of Blanchard, who is just coming to the graphite bodies gradient now, dropping down it and going across the tabletop. There he is, the triangular tabletop now. Again, he shorts the second doubles, but that's the man he's chasing. I think ahead is that third place change. It is. It is. Oh, disaster then for Christian Weller, the German. Dalibor Rochach, by the way, well out in front. Still waiting for our timing to come back at the moment. But I'm still fairly certain this is the battle for third place in the final transfer spot, as they go across the tabletop together. Blanchard down towards the Samba hairpin continues his fight back. Oh, and rolls it! Oh dear, dear, just when he'd done all the hard work. The FGT2M is on its side and again shorts that second part of the infield whoops. Now he's got it all to do again, and time is running out, I'm afraid. And again, more trouble for the Frenchman. Sees him drop down. So it's 1, 4 and 5, the top 3 at the moment, with Tobias Doller now in 4th place. So who have we lost? We've lost Dusan Veter, and Peter Hartmann has dropped right to the back as well. So that was the battle for third place, as we thought. So Dalibor Rojas, with just under 4 minutes remaining. So 1 is the leader, 4, Romain Leluyet is in second place. And there's the pit lane. It's Dusan Veter, I think, whose buggy is still in there. Peter Hartmann, the 2 car's gone in as well after being in a qualifying position. But he's come back out again, because I can see him running now. There he is, actually, the second of those 2 buggies, as we are watching the 3 now in 5th position. Let's pick up our third place driver, because he's going to start coming under pressure very shortly. He's just gone across the line. Tobias Doller on the way down. It's number 7 on the way down to the double, the green and white car. Yeah, the third of those 3 there in massive traffic at the moment, and he knows he's in trouble at the moment if he can't keep the pace up. Just goes past Romain Leluyet. In fact, that's battle for second and third, and Leluyet has dropped down to third. So if we go back to the number 4, please, Adam, who's behind that green car, the orange, and the 5 coming along next is in 4th place. It's all closing up. Don't worry about the 8 car, because that is laps down, but at the moment the pace is with Tobias Doller, the 7 car. He's already gone into second. No hassle, by the way, for Dalibor Rojas. He's already started his next lap. So here's the battle between the 4 and 5 for the final transfer spot. 1.5 minutes to go. Couple of laps maybe. Oh, a little mistake. Oh, and a big air, and it's gone all wrong, but unfortunately that was for the number 8. So 4 and 5 came together there, and it's the 4 who's off. Romain Leluyet has gone off on the side of the circuit. He's got tangled up. Now, how will our race director see that? His time is about to expire, 1 minute to go. It's 5 and 3 who are battling now, but this is 1 position further down the field than they want to be. Is there going to be any penalty? Oh, they're both gone over. This is great news for the guys ahead. 5, 3 and 2 all battling together, but 2 is off the pace here. Peter Hartmann lost laps earlier on in the pit lane, so Peter's showing his pace here, trying to prove a point. This is all for third position. Oh, and again there's issues as we're coming through to the end of the race now. Dalibor Rojas will win it from Tobias Dollar, but then it's Vuela Blanchard and Leloye all together, and they're still having a go. This is anybody's as we come into the buzzer for the end of the race. Race time is elapsed. So through comes the 7. That second place Dollar. But what's going on behind? Who's going to get the judgment? 5 and 3, and could be anybody at the moment. I think it's Vela coming through. Where's Vela gone? No. He's gone the wrong way. It's going to be Blanchard. I think it's going to be Blanchard who comes through. It is. The Frenchman has fought his way back. That's remarkable after a pit stop for some technicals. Well, action aplenty in the final moments there, with 24 laps completed by the second and third drivers, but 26 by the leader who's coming round to finish now. He is the number 1. Just coming through there, the green and blue car. Dalibor Rojas then with a 2-lap victory, and also going through Tobias Dollar and Olivier Blanchard. Well, what a way to kick off the day. Great action from the first of our quarter-finals. And apologies to Adam there for not having all of the information earlier on. Our second semi-final comes up in about 10 minutes' time. So that is our next action here. And if I can manage to stop my papers blowing around, I'll tell you who's in that. It'll be qualifying up from yesterday is Ivan Turk on the Elcon MMX, Michael Persia on 9 on the FGT2N, another Elcon for Markel Konchel from the Czech Republic. Then qualifying as of right, the Swiss driver Andy Frieden on another FG. Loris Chesneau, the Frenchman, on the FG, and Elcon for Michael Schätzle in 5. Another one of the Swiss drivers here who are here in force. A couple of Hermann chassis together, the HT3 for Jasper Schaaks, the Dutchman in 4, Daniel Vicky, Swiss in 3, FG for Elie Raboisson from France, and Thies Hofmann on the Elcon on pole position, the number 1 spot for him. That's all coming up in the quarterfinals for two-wheel drive, the A final, and that will be in just a few minutes' time. Thanks for joining us this morning. John Hindorf and the rest of the team with you here, wherever you are in the world. So hope you're going to settle down for a fantastic day's action. Small scale, big entertainment this afternoon and this morning, just on 9:25 Central European time. Don't forget our websites and our Facebook pages as well. Facebook is search RC Racing TV, and you can join up there. We'll be approving some of you, just to prove that you are actually real live people. Although we have heard the bots like watching us too, given the number of sunglasses ads that we've been getting recently. And of course the EFRA site as well. If you want to follow along with timing, at myrcm.ch is where we get our information from. And on the EFRA site as well, if you have a look there, you will also find the schedule for the rest of the year, many of the events that will be covered live here on rcracing.tv and featuring in our Motors TV programme or online programme as well. So for those of you who are able to get Motors TV, I know that it's very popular in France. one of their most popular magazine shows that they are, I think, in France. So thank you for putting us at the top of the charts. So back in a couple of minutes. We'll take a quick breath here and trying to get myself settled into this one this morning. I was hoping for something a little less strenuous, if I'm honest, at first thing, to just sort of ease me in gently, but the guys in the two-wheel drive category having none of that. Four-wheel drive still to come, but next up it's the A quarter-final for two-wheel drive for the EFRA European Championships, live here on rcracing.tv.
Sorry about the confusion up there. We hadn't turned the radio receiver on to put the camera on.
All right, I knew it was all right here.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Excellent. The other camera's working.
Well, good morning and welcome everybody wherever you are in the world. Good to have your company. Lovely to have your company actually, this morning, and we could not have a better day. And to all of our Dutch viewers, of which there seem to be legion this morning, Goedemorgen, welkom. That's the extent of my Dutch, I'm afraid. And I know it wasn't very good, so I apologise in advance. Let me give you the rundown for our second quarter-final. We have, this is the two-wheel drive, of course. Ivan Turk is on the Elcon off 10. Michael Puziat, the Frenchman, on the FG off 9.8. Another one of the RC Sport Bretzi members from the Czech Republic, Martin Konchel, on the Elcon. Andy Frieden from Switzerland is on the FG. Laurie Chesneau from France on the FG. The Elcon is Michael Schetzley from Switzerland, from the Bascher RC Club. From Holland, a little cheer there to all of our Dutch viewers. Jasper Sharks from the HMRC Club on the Horman, also on the Horman. Daniel Vicky from Switzerland. Elie Raboisson is on an FG, and on Paul Thies Hofman on the Elcon. 20 minutes on the clock. Austria is the venue for the large-scale off-roads. We're at the purpose-built and very excellent Ferring Buggy Park. The WMW Buggy Racing Centre here at Ferring. About 45-50 minutes from Graz. Now, is everybody on the grid there? I think so, yes. Left-hand side of the track was not the place to be yesterday, but it seems to have cleaned up a little bit, not perhaps as much. I think we may be missing the 7th car here, which would be Andy Frieden. Number 8, excuse me. Number 8, Martin Konchel, the Czech Republic driver, not there. I thought there was a gap. And, already the number 2 is off. That's Elie Raboisson. Took a rather uncharacteristic line through the double, the D'Agostini double the first time round. Leader is the number 1 from Paul Thies Hofman on the bright orange, bright yellow rather, and a fabulous start from Laurie Chesneau ahead of, in 3rd position, the number 2 of Elie Raboisson. So the 2 French drivers, 2nd and 3rd at the moment, and there's a long gap then back to a very fast start in Michael Puziat. So 3 French drivers battling for 3rd position. Going through now, there is the 3rd place buggy, and just one further back is 4th, as the dust beginning to hang in the air. And already at the Grafville gradient, we've got a problem for one of the drivers. It's the 3. Oh dear, it's Daniel Vicky, the Dutchman, the Swiss driver. Dutch on the brain this morning with all of you tuned in from the Low Countries. Also a problem early on for the 7 I saw there. Andy Frieden, another one of the Swiss. So we didn't get Martin Konchel out then, the Czech Republic driver. No idea why. Try and get a report from the pitch shortly. 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. It's Raboisson back into 2nd, Michael Puziat in 3rd, and Laurie Chesneau has dropped down into 4th position. So Puziat, qualifier from yesterday, one of the 3 that transferred into this quarter-final. Looking good at the moment, but just the first couple of minutes under the belt of these drivers. And there's been an off, and it's looks like Raboisson, and he is upside down right near the Grafville bodies gradient. Drops that car down into 3rd place. Raboisson looking a little the worse for wear and a lack of concentration. So fabulous run from the 9 driver, Michael Puziat. So Persiat then into a strong double transfer position. Could be looking at a semi-final shot here. Thies Hofmann, the number 1, leads from Persiat on 9 in second. Elio Raboisson in third, and Loris Chesneau has a very French look about the top. Netherlands leading, and then 3 French drivers before quite a long gap back to Michael Schätzler, the Swiss, in 5th position on the 5. This is the infield whoops. That is Raboisson, who's back into 2nd place there, as you can see. You look behind, there is the 9. So Raboisson now from Persiat. Loris Chesneau on the 6. Let's see if we can pick up Loris just going down the grid straight now and over the D'Agostini double. Tabletop now. That's 4th place for the French driver. Down to the Samba hairpin on those block paving area. That block paving area. Now, question is, I was just about to say, is he making ground? I think he was, for a moment. Doubles? No, not accepting the challenge. Tries the 2nd set and lands a tad short over the EFRA bridge. Watch the bomb hole, which is getting deeper and deeper. Stays well away from it. In fact, takes a bit of the bumper on the inside there. A lot of work done yesterday evening after we'd finished just to clean up the surrounding areas of the track, but the surface itself, of course, wasn't touched. So all the holes and bumps and cracks that were there yesterday, and I've got to say that given the bad weather that we've seen over the last few days here in Austria, this track, which is mostly a clear base, has done very well indeed. Just enough of the blue groove to get a bit of grip, but the dust is going to be an issue today. And offline, absolutely treacherous. Now here's that battle then for the final transfer spot, and it's an all-French affair at the moment, with the number 9 of Michael Persiat and Loris Chesneau. Chesneau coming through there in 4th spot at the moment, through the hairpin and onto the tabletop. Oh, and we've got a wheel rolling across the track there, right in front of that battle. It's from the number 7 of Andy Frieden, the Swiss driver. Right rear. They do take a pounding, these right rears. It's not the first time we've seen a wheel go for a little journey. We haven't seen Thies Hofmann for a while, but I will assure our Dutch viewers he's still out in front by something in the region of 13 seconds, a third of a lap here, as we are focusing at the moment on the number 9, Michael Persiat, 3rd position. Fastest lap here to 46.4 is to Elliot Raboisson in 2nd place, the number 2 driver. This is the 3rd place driver, and one further back, just coming into shot from the left-hand side now, is the very hard-charging, thank you Andy, the very hard-charging 4th place driver, Loris Chesneau. And Loris is gaining. This is the battle for the 3rd and final transfer spot, so let's keep an eye on this with somewhere in the region of 6.5 minutes to go. Tabletop taken with verve there by the French driver. So, live coverage of the 2nd of our quarter-finals. And it's the two-wheel drive brigade who are out in force. Just coming down to 7.5 minutes to go of the 20. There is our third. Oh, and a huge collision there between two cars on different parts of the track, or at least they should have been. I think it was the number one who is leading, Thies Hoffmann, who's clearly had an issue and ran straight into our fourth place driver, Laurie Chesneau. Now, have they both got away without any damage? There's the leader. Just saw that in the middle of the track as we were watching that battle for third. And Raboisson has gone through into the lead. Hoffmann now second. So it's the two car that leads from the one. And there is a pass. In fact, that is the battle for the lead now, as Raboisson and Hoffmann are right at it. And Hoffmann takes it with the double, shorts the second one, but gets away with it over the EFRA bridge. And there's another incident there, and Raboisson is spun around. And I think there's damage. I think there's damage to Hoffmann's car. Look at the left-hand side at the front. The steering is all bent over. Oh, disaster for the Dutchman. And that was a tiny error earlier on when he dropped off the infield doubles. Now he's back going again, but that doesn't look like he's in any kind of control. He's got his pit man out there, and they'll have to have a look at it. Well, that is disaster. He was cruising to surely a qualification to the semi-finals, and there's a collective intake of breath from Holland. Our Dutch fans will be crying over their cornflakes this morning. Oh, what a disaster for Thies Hoffmann. He just overcooked it on the infield whoops and slammed into what was then the fourth place car. Now it's the third place car, and we've got a France whitewash here, or should I say a bleu wash, as through goes Elie Raboisson. Second now is the number 6 of Laurie Chesneau, just coming through to just stay there for a moment, Andy. We'll show the battle for second and third because Chesneau's just come through into second. There is Chesneau, and in third is the next car back, which is the number 9 of Michael Perziat. I think Perziat may have damage as well. Is he nursing that car? No, maybe not. But then there's a big gap, pretty much 2/3 of a lap, or if you prefer 24 seconds, half a lap in fact, isn't it that? Back to fourth place. I've got to say the 9 and the 6 look a little bit slow at the moment. We've only got 4 cars running at the moment. If we go back to the bright red car coming to the Graphil gradient, if you wouldn't mind please, Andy. There it is. So I've called him Andy again instead of Adam. That's you from last night. I started it, I know. Sorry, Adam. He's the new boy. He's lucky if he doesn't just get, hey, you. That is fifth place man, Michael Schetzler, the Swiss driver, now on the lead lap. And he's the only one who can break up this French triumvirate, who have eased their pace as we come down to, well, still 8.5 minutes. So they can't afford to go too slowly. And Schetzler is getting a wiggle on here as the 3 French drivers, realising that their major competitors are out of the race. Concel didn't start, Daniel Vicky went early. And then Turk, Frieden, Jasper Tjaaks, and now Thies Hoffmann from the lead have all retired. Oh, and a mistake there. Lap times are impressive by Michael Schetzler. He's 4 seconds quicker than the French trio ahead of him. This is fourth place we're watching at the moment on the tabletop and down towards the Samba hairpin. Block paving two-wheel drive large-scale European Championships this weekend. This is the A quarter for the two-wheel drives, brought to you by Samba, by Graphil Bodies and by D'Agostini Model Space. Live on rcracing.tv around the world. We have seen tyre wear being an issue, certainly here last year when we had very dry conditions on Saturday and Sunday. Right side tyres were an issue. We saw people changing right side wheels and tyres yesterday. Another good lap, that was a 50.1, but all of a sudden earlier Raboisson and Laurie Chesneau have responded. 47.5 and a 49.9 from the leading two French drivers. But it's Michael Puziat on the 9 who is the one who is under pressure, although not if the chasing Swiss driver Michael Schätzle continues to throw the car off, and he's just lost his rhythm for a moment with 6.5 minutes to go. This one's not over. Very smart driving indeed by the French three. With trois Français. Ooh. They're easing off to save the machinery. A number of people yesterday lost spring hangers, and there's Schätzle over, I'm afraid. So that might just take the pressure off the three French ahead, who've eased their pace again this time around. Laurie Chesneau, by the way, has just nipped into the lead as Elliot Raboisson, after a very quick 46-second lap, does a 1:10 seconds slower. So let's check out the three French drivers then. The 9, where is the 9? Third position for Michael Puziat. Second place now for the number 2, which is on the infield whoops and coming round to the bridge. That's our leader. And there is Raboisson in second place. And Laurie Chesneau is just a few metres ahead. What about the length of the grid straight over the D'Agostini double? Yeah, nicely done. Buggy flying well for Raboisson. And Chesneau just coming through the hairpin now and under the bridge down towards the... Unless we get a little roll by Raboisson, going to be careful with that. This must be so frustrating for Michael Schätzle in fourth position. Just can't manage to close the gap enough to get through. Well, after a promising start, this one has become a survival of the fittest in our A quarterfinals for the two-wheel drive. It's four-wheel drive next, as we'll take the quarterfinals from them in live action all through the day here from Fähring in Austria in Styria. Just see the red car in fourth position there on the bottom of the picture, the number 5 of Michael Schätzle. All done by the shouting, this one with 3.5 minutes to go. And unless somebody makes a terrible mistake now and throws their car at the scenery in a machine damaging way, I think we're going to see nice 360. Points for style as well at the front of the field. Not sure it was entirely meant, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And it will be the French, I think, who march on. The Graphil Bodies gradient proving difficult again. And in fact, if anything, I'm afraid Schätzle has shot his bolt now. He's dropping away 40 seconds behind third place. Battle for the lead's getting a bit tasty all of a sudden, going through the first couple of corners. That's second at the moment. Big slide into turn 1. And just a few metres up the road, our leader just coming off the tabletop and down towards the Samba hairpin. That is the leader, Loris Chesneau. Elie Raboisson in second place. Is there going to be a final twist here? It's the 3 French drivers that were in this heat triumph over the 3 Swiss, the Czech and the 2 Dutch drivers, and the Slovakia driver as well, and Ivan Turk. Well, we didn't see the Czech driver out. Martin Conchel didn't make the grid. This will be the start of the last lap, I think. Maybe one more at the end of this. Raboisson pushing on, still in second. A bit of ditch cooking on the right front wheel there. There's our leader, Chesneau. Well, this one has come to a tame end, I'm afraid. Apologies for that. But the attrition has allowed the drivers at the front of the field to be able to rather dictate their own pace and make this an extended practice session. 1 minute to go. And that is our leader then. This will be possibly the penultimate lap, actually. There's still a chance for Raboisson. They really want it, and in fact are chasing down, not risking the doubles on the first part of the infield. And Schetzler's charge is about to be dulled by losing a lap to the lead as he pulls out of the way. As, problem there for Raboisson behind, but oh no, it's going again, the number 2. So it will be only the 3 French drivers on the lead lap, and they will... Oh, the leader's gone over! The leader has gone over on the infield, on the tabletop, as time elapses. And in fact, the number 9 of Pouziat will not get the full trip. He will only do 24 laps. The 2 leaders, who I think, will do 25. But Pouziat then confirmed in 3rd position, as Schetzler is ahead of the leaders. The leaders aren't going to lap him. I think they've decided not to. But the red number 5 will come through in 4th position. And the 2 French drivers coming home in formation. So Chesneau, Loris Chesneau from Elie Raboisson and Michael Pouziat making an all-French transfer from the quarterfinal, the A quarterfinal, into the A semis, after another very, very much a battle of tradition, a battle of attrition there. So that completes our quarterfinals for 2-wheel drive, and we'll move on now to 4-wheel drive quarters. And of course the B final will be up first, and we'll get you the runners and riders for that. So coming up in the B quarter final for 4-wheel drive, René Fastner on the Elcon Impact, qualified through from yesterday's 8th final, as did the Dutchman Robbie Burma, also on the Elcon Impact. An MCD RR5 for Thomas Lutz from Germany, from the Laupheim Club. His countryman on a Crossfighter RS3 is in 7th position, Flavio Budulik from the RGMC Tech Club. David Duras is the Frenchman, the lone Frenchman in this B final for 4-wheel drive in the quarter-final stages. He's on the Losi B4. In 5th position, Matthias Stich from Germany on the Elcon Impact. Another MCD RR5 for Jan Pasikivi from Finland. On 4, Nick Visser from the Netherlands from the MRC E-Club on an NRP Ultron. And the front row, if you will, first and second, 2 MCD RR5s for the MC Sat Club member Alan Serafian from Turkey and the Fürstenwalde Club member Mark Kreisig is on pole position. Don't forget the Facebook. We'll be inducting some new members shortly. Just to reiterate that last result, the 3 French drivers going through: Laurice Chesneau, Elliot Raboisson and Michael Persiat through from yesterday's 8th final, getting the double transfer. Well done to them. More two-wheel drive action later on, but next it will be the first of our four-wheel drive quarterfinals, the B final, coming next here live on rcracing.tv. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome along Saturday, the 1st of August 2015. rcracing.tv live from Austria, from the Fairing off-road circuit, the WMW Buggy Centre. Thoroughly enjoyed this event last year and delighted to be back to cover it again for you live in absolutely picture perfect weather. Just a little bit of hazy cloud just taking the edge off the sun, but from a circuit that on Thursday was molten, it was so wet. We're now having a dust issue, just hanging gently in the air. Barely a breath of wind today to get rid of it. And we are into our four-wheel drive B quarter-final. At the back from Austria. Let me just check. Yes, indeed. At the back from Austria will be the Elcon driver René Fastner. He's from the Fruwerth Club. Robbie Burmer from HMRC Club in Holland on 9. Thomas Lutz from Germany on 8. Flavio Budlig 7. 6. David Duras from France. 5. Matthias Stich from Germany. 4. Jari Paasikivi from Finland. Nick Visser, the best of the Dutch drivers in this one, of 3. Alan Sarafian from Turkey of 2. And on pole is the number 1, the MCDRR5 of Mark Kreisig. And they are coming out onto the grid now for this 20-minute battle. Follow along at www.myrcm.ch. Live timing on there. Left-hand side of the circuit not being great from grid position 3 back over. Watch the outside of the track as well. Looks like they've lined up. Second place driver Alan Sarafian's lined up with these right-hand tyres in the dirt there, but it doesn't stop him getting away. Have to single these whoops the first time around, the D'Agostini double, and the leaders have already come together. And through has gone the number 2 car of Alan Sarafian, the Turkish driver on the white buggy, one of the 2 double R's. Meantime, further back, issues for the number 1. Our pole sitter Mark Kreisig has been bumped way back and is still having a scrap, this time with Jari Paasikivi, leading pair, saying thanks very much. And it's the 2 from the 3, Sarafian from Visa. After Visa is the number 8, one of our qualifiers, Thomas Lutz, has come through into 3rd position. He's got Matthias Stich behind him. Matthias in 4th position then. That's issue for the number 1. 5-second stop go. Wonder if that must have been contact early on to give him 5 seconds. So that argy-bargy then has been assessed to Alan Sarafian. Sarafian then, to Mark Kreisig. Sarafian leading at the moment. Kreisig's dropped all the way down, and this is going to be a long haul back for the German. So, number 2 from number 3 from number 8. Sarafian, Visa, Lutz, Matthias Stich in 4th position at the moment. Stich, the number 5. The yellow and blue machine. And he's there or thereabouts, isn't he? 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That first 4 are absolutely together, coming on to the end of the lap. There they are, the same camera shot from our berm cam. Look at them struggling to get the power down, even with these 4-wheel drive machines, across the line to complete another lap and start lap 4. The D'Agostini double has to be attacked onto the tabletop. And now the battle for the lead is coming down to the Samba hairpin on the block paving under the EFRA crossover bridge. Top 3 there to the Graphil Gradient, and we've lost the 4th place driver, Matthias Stisch. He's on his roof, and that is going to allow the number 6 of David Duras, the Frenchman, to come through and possibly take 4th position. Does take 4th position, but that was a... Oh, there's broken suspension there for the Matthias Stisch car. What a shame for the number 5. He was nerfed off unceremoniously there into the outside barrier, and the left front suspension is the issue. One of his team heading out there at the moment to reclaim the car. And we'll have to wait to come back through the traffic. So that will leave David Duras in 4th position, the Frenchman. Visser in the lead now from Serafian. Oops, spinning. That's the leaders. Well, this is all getting a bit uncharacteristically hairy, isn't it? That's not the line through the D'Agostini doubles either for the number 2 of Alan Serafian, who has dropped away from the lead now. So I reckon leading now is Thomas Lutz, who's one of our transfer drivers, the 8 car through the infield whoops. There he is. Second then should be the orange and white car of the number 3, which is Nick Visser. And third now, Serafian, going through underneath us. So that's your top 3. Now, remember earlier on, dear viewer, Mark Kreisig got nailed at the start for a 5-second penalty. He's now in 4th position, and his lap times are outstanding. Oh, as the tail enders all get wrapped up together. These are our leaders. Keep an eye on the lap times if you're on myrcm.ch of Mark Kreisig, who is storming back. Did a 43 flat last time around. Best lap time, by the way, here is a 41.9 by Thomas Lutz, our leader, on the number 8. And of course, as I say that, Kreisig's just gone over in the infield whoop, so rather ruined his charge back. He was battling with David Duras, who's got back into 5th position. And again, a problem. And again, this is our leaders just not getting themselves sorted out. That's the number 3 of Nick Visser. He was in 2nd. He's just dropped back down to 3rd again because the green and white buggy of Nick Visser has gone through. Nick Visser on the NRP Ultron. So Thomas Lutz then leads, coming through to complete his lap. Second goes through now is the number 2, Nick Visser. And third, there he is. So Lutz from Serafian from Visser, top 3, transferring through at the moment to the semi-finals. Heck of a battle going on for 4th position. And you've got to wonder, they're just going down to the D'Agostini doubles now, whether Mark Kreisig, there he is on the tabletop, and the 6 behind him of David Duras, need to rather stop battling and get after the 3 ahead if they've got any chance of qualifying. Still 13.5 minutes of racing, by the way, so plenty of time to go, and dare I say it, plenty of time for things to go wrong, because that's what we've seen in these 20-minute sessions of hard wheel-to-wheel racing and battling. Really has been, in some cases, the survival of the fittest. Good morning, welcome along if you are just joining us, just after 10 minutes past 10 Central European time. Perfect weather conditions, dry, dusty, testing for the drivers. They're being challenged by this Fähring circuit in Austria, in the very beautiful Styrian region of Austria. Not so very far away, DTM at the Österreich ring, at the Red Bull ring, sorry, showing my age there. They will not be getting as much action as we are getting here this weekend. And I have to say, the new Audi TT Cup is interesting me a lot, but that's more because I want to drive one rather than go and watch it. Now, who was that who's made a mistake? That was the number 4. So that is Jari Paasikivi, who goes another lap down. That is our number 1 pole sitter, Mark Kreisig from Germany, was 12 seconds behind a transfer position last time around. And his target is Nick Visser, the Dutch driver. As he comes through this time, it's been a decent lap. Not massively world-breaking. Has he cut it down? No, he hasn't. In fact, he's lost a bit of time to Visser, who's clearly got the hurry-up. Kreisig then in 4th position. Oh, now, on the infield whoops, Nick Visser has gone over. So, maybe he was just pushing on a little bit further. There he is, coming over the EFRA bridge and through into the final corner. Really throwing the buggy in. Maybe he's feeling the pressure a little too much. But he's still got a decent gap between himself and Mark Kreisig, who I think made his own mistakes that time around, but still took 3 seconds out of him. It should have been more like 5 or 6. Dust hanging gently in the air here at Fairing. Oh, and the leader's gone over. Lutz has gone over. Just coming to the final corner now. This is the number 8, one of our transfer drivers from the 8th final yesterday afternoon. Conditions haven't changed too much since yesterday. He's now dropped into 2nd position, so the mistakes beginning to come now at half race distance, and again Lutz is off the circuit. Lutz then needing just to take a breath, get himself settled down. And problems for the number 3. Oh dear me, coming across the line now. Nick Visser has broken the right front suspension. He just tipped the car into a half roll, and that right front suspension is gone. A certain sense of resignation by the team member. So let's pick up the guys that are going through. There is our 2nd place man, excuse me. That is Lutz. Oh, hang on a second. I say that. Lutz in 2nd, of course. Yes, of course he is. Matthias Stig has gone. René Fastner has gone. So it's Alan Serafian who leads from Lutz, and Kreisig now in 3rd position as Nick Visser drops out of it with that broken suspension. So the number 1 is back into 3rd position. Here he comes to finish his lap now. We'll just transition down to the number 1 car because he's got pressure from behind in the shape of David de Ras. So more bad news for our Dutch viewers, I'm afraid. That's 2 of their drivers this morning who've been in transfer spots and had mechanicals, one whilst leading and once while in 3rd place. There is 3rd place now. Rather gifted it, Mark Kreisig, after his 5-second stop go for contact early. But he's got a bit of pressure now, just behind him. The number 6 of David de Ras. Coming over the bridge now, de Ras, and into our shot, just for a moment. So that's 3rd place. It goes wide. Ooh, pressure for Kreisig. Mark Kreisig, used to being at the sharp end of the field on the MCD RR5. Behind him, de Ras on the Losi B4. And they're battling, and there is. Now that's the 4, isn't it, that's ahead of him. So that was Jari Paasikivi who was getting lapped. But that's still 3rd place then. Pick up the number 6 just coming through as well, Adam, if you don't mind. Coming through to the end of the lap now. If you just pause there for a moment. There's third. Where's fourth? Answer there. The second of those two. That's the gap for this man to make up as he goes past Paasikivi. Third coming through. Fourth coming through. And a big endo for the fourth place driver, David Duras. Has he got away with that? He has. But now the 6, Duras, getting stuck. So Duras just getting away with a few mistakes here. But he's charging. You can feel it, almost feel the tension on the sticks as he is pushing so hard. He's still got 6.5 minutes to go here. Pace yourself, lad. Get yourself back. You're not going to make up that gap in one lap. You need 3 or 4 decent laps, consistent laps. Reel them off. We've seen the consistency really pays here. It's a rhythm track. Get off rhythm and it goes awry very quickly. Haven't seen our leader for a while. He's coming down to the hairpin now at the Samba hairpin. And he'll be going underneath the EFRA bridge in a second. There he is. That's Thomas Lutz from Grid 8, which means he qualified from yesterday's 8th final. Just easing his pace perhaps a little bit at the moment. Alan Sarafian, the Turkish driver, he's only 2 cars back actually. And this could become a battle for the lead. Very shortly indeed. There is our second place car. Sarafian, green and white. Kreisig still in third position. Duras not really closing down on him at the moment. Samba, D'Agostini Model Space, Graphil Bodies, all powering our coverage here of the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros. And thanks to, as ever, all of our EFRA officials and friends who have made our life very easy this weekend. Once again, a brilliantly run event with some very, very sensible officiating again this weekend. David Duras has got the hurry up again in third position. Leaders all on 22, working 22 laps at the moment. As Thomas Lutz, our leader, goes through. Oh, and Lutz! That was a little mistake there. Now the car behind him is not battling him. That is the 7. That's Flavio Budelig, who is showing good pace here, but he's dropped off the lead lap. In fairness, I think Thomas Lutz is pacing himself with 3 minutes and 43 to go. Alan Sarafian rather getting worked over there by Robbie Burma, which is a fight he doesn't need to get into as well. So they come round to the end of their lap. There's your leader. Drop back to Sarafian in second place. Here he comes from the right of the shorts. Now. Thank you. Come on, Alan. Take your cue, son. Onto the tabletop. And you can see he's just taking things easy. That's Burma right in behind him. That's not a battle for position. And really, I think Sarafian needs to let Robbie go. Doesn't need to get landed on or to get involved in anything like that, quite simply. The Graphil Bodies gradient there, always danger area. Mark Kreisig is in third position. So we'll drop back to see what that gap is at the moment. And it's significant because Kreisig is just going into the Graphil Bodies gradient now. There he is. So that's a significant gap back to third place, and he's off the track as well now. 2.5 minutes to go. Still in fourth position is the number 6, just coming over the EFRA bridge now. And that's the gap from... That is the difference between going on or going home, that gap. Fourth position, hardest place to be for David Duras. And Duras still trying to push on in that very well turned out number 6. Duras from the FTRC 83 club on the low CP4 with the MRCP tuned engine. And David will be disappointed with himself. Had a half a chance of going through, just couldn't keep that pressure on earlier on this man. Kreisig can't think. Mark can count himself rather lucky after that argy-bargy early on. They'd caught him a 5-second stop-go in the opening laps. He's worked his way through, paced himself well in fairness. As our leader then starts what will be, I believe, his penultimate lap. There's Thomas Lutz over the D'Agostini doubles and onto the tabletop. Samba block paving hairpin there. Had a look at some of the Samba products yesterday evening. I'm not sure I'd want to put it on my race machine. It's a work of art. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You're not aware of it. Titanium and other exotic alloys used on the pipes. I'm tempted to ask them if they can do something for my BMW GT 1600 rather. The workmanship, absolutely quality. So here's Lutz coming round to the Samba hairpin now. He's just really pacing himself now. The Graphil body's gradient, and that's good driving by the number 4 this time of Jari Paasikivi, just staying out the way of the leader. And in fact, the buzzer's gone there. I have to say I didn't hear it. So it will be victory then for Thomas Lutz, the German, from his countryman Mark Kreisig. Let's watch for the number 1 just coming through the infield whoops now and over the bridge. The EFRA bridge, fantastic addition to this track. Through he comes, kicking up a bit of dust to complete. Alan Sarafian with a right rear tyre that is absolutely hanging on by a thread as he comes through there. Sarafian just showing how tough this is. 28 for all of the leaders, 27 for everyone else. It's Lutz, Kreisig and Sarafian who went through. Sarafian can count himself lucky there because his right rear tyre was hanging on to the rim, but only just by a thread. That's the one that gets all of the pounding around here by these heavy machines. Right, next up then will be the second of our quarterfinals for four-wheel drive. It's the A quarterfinal, and that comes up next here on rcracing.tv. Well, with thanks to EFRA and to Samba, as well as D'Agostini Model Space and Graphil Bodies, we're live from Fähring in Austria, rcracing.tv, as we're heading towards next action, which is the A quarter-final for the large-scale off-road European Championship. Andreas Ivo from Germany and the Sandhausen Club is on his MCD RR5 of 10. Norbert Foster, lucky yesterday, I thought, a bit too robust at his driving with the Crossfighter RS5. Steve Haynes qualified through yesterday, part of the Telford Hot Tracks Club on his MCD RR5. Then Daniel Wiedeker, also on a MCD RR5 in 7th position. 6th, the Elcon Impact of Marco Latinen. JCDH, Jean-Claude de Costa Henrique from France on the MCD RR5. Then it's Kellerman, Horens, Gandino and Wendler at the front of the field as we are racing for 20 minutes. Mario Wendler from the Fähring Club here, the MWM Club. So absolutely the local man on the Elcon Impact with 3 MCD RR5s. Check that, 4 MCD RR5s to the slightly cab forward design sitting in behind him, and already we've lost number 2, which has dropped down. This is Judicael Gandino, the French driver, dropped well down to 4th position at the moment. So it's 1, 3 and 4, or if you prefer, Wendler, Horens and Kellerman. Gandino dropped right out of it, 6th position. So it's Jean-Claude de Costa Henrique in the 4th place at the moment. Picking up the number 4 there of Dirk Kellerman in 3rd position as the leaders come together. It's just ahead of him and they've held each other up. Oh dear, oh dear. That's Felix Horens who's gone over and he has dropped way back. And that is JCDH right behind him and coming through in the yellow buggy, well, being attacked in the yellow buggy. Oh dear me. That was the number 9 of Norbert Foster, not averse to a bit of robust driving himself, also fighting back there. Judicael Gandino after that poor start. So let's take a breath then and see how this sorts itself out. Top 3 getting away, 1, 4 and 3. Wendler, Kellerman, Horens, Jean-Claude de Costa Henrique in 4th position on the 5. That's who we're watching now across the EFRA bridge and through the bomb hole. Catches the bomb hole, drags that right rear tyre. He's coming under pressure now from the 6th of Marco Latinen on the Finnish coloured machine, the white and very pretty metallic blue. Behind him, Judicael Gandino, French driver, who was right at the front, was unceremoniously bumped out of 2nd position in that scrap just after this point of the circuit before. And again, Gandino having a little look up the inside. These 3 drivers are sort of not doing themselves any favours at the moment, are they? As Latinen comes through and manages to just get a little gap. This is the battle for 5th position. Meantime, that's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, isn't it, in there? So Latinen, Jean-Claude da Costa, all in there. Just had a message from our humble leader, Nick Damon, who apparently is off down a Wookie hole at the moment, or shortly. I'm hoping that that's a euphemism for something else. As we've had an issue for Judicael Gandino, whose buggy is carried back to the pit lane. So it goes from bad to worse for the French driver. And again, it's suspension and steering arms. See the top arm there, just being refettled by the mechanic. It's just popped the top control arm there, which is affecting the front suspension and the steering. These are pretty robust machines, but they are taking a pounding this weekend. Nah, it can't be fixed pit side. Kellerman, Wendler and Horen still the first three, with the blue and white number 6 just finishing its lap now in 4th position. That is Marco Latinen, the Finn, with Jean-Claude da Costa Ulrich in the fluorescent and green buggy right behind them. So those two really need to have a quick look at each other and sort of do some kind of signal to say we need to get a wiggle on and get up the road, because they are catching Felix Horens, who's just over the infield whoops now. It's not going to do JCDH's cause any good. That's your 3rd place man, and if you look just in the background from the berm shot, you'll see there is the Finn coming through. So that's the gap at the moment. There's the Finn on the pit straight. Now through the grid and over the D'Agostini doubles, and freed from the attentions of JCDH. Latinen is beginning to get a rhythm going here down the Grafeld gradient and over the infield whoops. Just about lands that. That's one of the places that's been doing suspension damage, and hitting those inside curbs is not going to help. They are pretty robust concrete liners there. Really got to stay away from them. Catch a wheel wrong on that and it will break a front control arm, or at least pop it out of its mountings, and that's what we've been seeing. I think the mechanic's realising now that there's far more that they can do to get the cars back out on the circuit than perhaps they'd realise. And oh, a roll, and a position lost as through goes the number 5 of Jean-Claude da Costa Ulrich. Oh, sounds like somebody's lost a pipe there as well, or something going through very loudly underneath us, as if there's something come awry. Well, bad news then for Marco Latinen, who's dropped back down into 5th position then. Well, in fact, he hasn't. Da Costa just gone through behind him, so I apologise there. He's got that back very quickly. Da Costa just making that little mistake, of course, and that's when he went back through. So Kellerman leads from Wendler 2nd, then Horens. And Felix Horens, just coming to finish his lap now, has a decent breathing space on this man. It's going to be in the order of 10 seconds, is it? Through comes the Finn. And looking in the region of 16 seconds, 15 seconds between. That's now, hang on, something's gone awry here. Wendler has gone missing. The Austrian, the number 1 car, where is he? The man from pole position who was taking this at a canter has not come through. Mario Wendler from the club here at Ferring, from the lead, has disappeared from our timing screens. Now, I have to say, I didn't see him stop, and I can't see the car anywhere around the circuit. But he's not come through to complete lap 10. So we have then some drama here, as the local man who was well favoured has gone awry. So Kellerman from Horens from Latinin, and now JCDH is in 4th position. Well, remarkable stuff. So that's your 3rd place driver on the blue and white. That's Latinin. And in fact, Steve Haynes has come through to 4th position, so JCDH having troubles as well. Oh, and Haynes just goes off as I say that. So let's pick up. Right, well, I've just seen Mario Wendler go through. He's gone through, but he's 2 laps down. So he's been in the pits. And I wonder if that is, again, just clipping curbs too hard. So let's pick up the 6 as he comes through right in front of us and finishes his lap. That's our 3rd place man, Marco Latinin. And behind him is Steve Haynes on the MCD-RR. He's finishing his lap now. Haynes has come up from 8th position. He qualified yesterday. Through to the first corner now. Nice work, Frank, thank you. So that's your 4th place man. And he is kind of stealthed up to there. And remember, tyres have been an issue today on this very, very abrasive, very dry circuit. The clay, once it starts to get a little bit of shine on it and that blue groove, and there's the battle for 3rd and 4th. The blue car ahead is the 4th position machine. Both in the same camera shot on our berm cam. As through they go to start another lap. Lap number 15 now for these two. Good contingent of Brits have come over, a few more than last year. They've stayed on. The lads who weren't racing had a heck of a time last night, we heard. And they'll be cheering on quietly with sunglasses so as not to upset their headaches. Steve Haynes in 4th position at the moment. And here he comes down the Graphil gradient. This is the transfer spot. What can Haynes do? And when does he make his move? Still 9 minutes to go here. Dirk Kellerman leads by about 6 seconds from Felix Horens, and then these guys are battling it out another 16 seconds further back. Here they come. Just pulling out a little bit. Down to the far side of the circuit. The blue and white just pulling away for a moment. That is Latinin in 3rd, Haynes in 4th on that number 8. There he is. Decent laps again by both of them. Steve Haynes just a couple of seconds off that time around, and that will annoy him. Needs to get his consistency back. Oh, he thought he was going to short the D'Agostini doubles there. As meantime, ahead, Horens has gone over. But it hasn't cost him too much time. But there is an issue. As they come through, cars going all over the place at the moment. People losing their concentration. Daniel Wiedeke getting in the way of this battle for 3rd. We don't want to see that. Steve just going a little bit wide on that right-hander off the infield boost before he sets himself up for the EFRA bridge, and he's risking everything there. That's a very hard curb on the outside. Great stuff here. So now just 7 minutes to go. Kellerman's gone through. Horens is about to go through, having dropped a bit of time to the leader. But the real battle is still between the blue and white of the Finn, Marco Latinin, and Steve Haynes on the number 8, the multicoloured number 8 that we're seeing at the moment, coming through the bomb hole, round into the last 2 hairpins. But he's not been able to make up time that time around, has he? Marco Latinin's got a bit of a wiggle on. 41.5 his best, 42.5 that time, 43.4 for Steve Haynes. So Haynes now, has he had the best of his tyres? 6.5 minutes to go. He's on the Samba hairpin, that block paving hairpin. Tell you what, the car looks very good. It really does. riding the bumps well. He's not risking doubling the first part of the infield whoops. And Latinen's off. Latinen is off and being carried away just on the left-hand side of the circuit. And that was third place. Made a mistake on the Graph Hill gradient. And you can see the urgency that his team are putting in there. So Steve Haynes now is into a transfer spot and acquired, but well-intentioned cheer goes up from the recovering Brits after their party last night. So Haynes just getting on the bumper there. He doesn't want to be over there. That's concrete. It's potentially damaging to the MCT RR that he's on at the moment. Give himself a little bit of, really needs to give himself a little bit more away from the side of the circuit. It's Jean-Claude Costa Henrique, the number 5, who is next up, and he's on his roof at the moment, so let's not worry about him too much. Surely Mario Wendler on the 1 can't come back. I know he's a local guy, but he's pushing hard at the moment down towards the hairpin for our third place man. Remember, the reason we always follow the third here is because he's the last of the transfer positions. Dirk Kellerman leads it from Felix Horrins in second, and then this MCD RR5. Looking good for Steve Haynes. Modified engine. Man from Telford Hot Tracks Club. Not the leader. Mario Wendler back in the pits with an exhaust that sounds like it's come off there as he came in. They are working on the car, are they? I think they've called it a day. He's not going to get his laps back now. So dejection from the man from the Fairing Club. Right in front of us, here's Haynes coming back through again. Telford's finest then. Great air over the D'Agostini double. 4 and 3 are our leaders. The number 4 starts another lap in front of us. I think Steve is fairly secure in his third place. So if we go to the end of the lap, please, Frank, and the number 3 car, which is the green, white and bright red, or bright pink, that's second place. And Felix Horrens has had a couple of very, very untidy laps. A couple of 47s, which he won't like. He's dropped away from Dirk Kellerman as we've got 3 minutes to go now. Looking fairly secure. Kellerman is the 4 car, and he's coming to end his lap now. Just keep an eye over the... Again, he shorts the second double there. Can't keep doing that. Really got to be careful. As I say, he's not in any massive danger at the moment. But Steve Haynes is plugging along in third position. So as we head into the last 2 minutes now, here's how it stands. We're in the quarterfinals of the 4-wheel drive EFRA large-scale off-roads from Austria. It's the A quarterfinal, and Steve Haynes is in third position on the number 8. Just pause for a moment. We always like to check when people have gone over that we haven't lost someone significant. This is second place driver Felix Horrens from Switzerland, Hop Suisse. Dirk Kellerman is our leader on the number 4. And Dirk is well ahead of the game at the moment. Dirk coming to complete his lap. So Kellerman just coming through our berm cam now, and there he is across the line. He's probably got one more after this one. D'Agostini doubles hold no fear for him. quite clearly. That is the man we thought most likely, to be honest, the number one of Mario Wendler, who's back out again, having had various trials and tribulations. And our leader is just one ahead. Thank you, Frank. And I think he'll come round and start his last lap this time, if I'm honest. And he's going to have lapped everybody, by the way, up to 4th place. Up to and including Norbert Foster. Oh, so I thought that was the leader. Just saw a wheel coming off a car, and once again it's a right rear wheel that has parted company. Don't worry, that was the zero car of Judical Dan Gandino. Last lap then, in the four-wheel drive here, quarter. And it will be a win for Dirk Kellerman. Dirk Kellerman then, the man from the Quackenbrück RC Club on the MCD RR5 with the MIK tuning, comes round to complete his 28th lap. Felix Horens is the next man we need to look for, the number 3, and he's just gone down the Grafhill gradient. He's on the infield whoops now, taking it very easily. Felix Horens from the MACW Club in Switzerland on the MCD RR5. Here he comes, and the 3rd transfer spot will go to a double transfer because Steve Haynes came up from yesterday and just avoids the rolling number 7 of Daniel Wiedekeer. So Telford's Hot Tracks finest comes through on the 8, another MCT RR5 with the modified tuning. And those are your 3 qualifiers. Dirk Kellerman finally coming through in 4th position as the man, the unlucky man, as the leader rather. So Kellerman, Horens, Haynes and Norbert Foster, the unlucky man, in 4th position at the end of that. Next up, we are back to two-wheel drive, and it will be the first of our semi-finals, the two-wheel drive B semi-final. That comes up next, live here on rcracing.tv. Check us on Facebook and join the group. We'll be approving some new members throughout the day, and back with more, powered by Samba, D'Agostini Model Space and Grafhill Bodies in just a few moments' time, live from Austria. It's the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros live. Hello there, and welcome along if you are just joining us just after 11 o'clock on a very sunny Saturday morning, the 1st of August. Ferring is our venue for the 2015 1/6 EFRA off-roads, and we are up to the grid here. Back of the grid. Back of the grid. Looking then from Paul. Has 20 minutes. He's just edged his car towards the left-hand side, pointed towards the apex of the corner. 10 seconds. Second place, Schweinzer. Di Bella, Gorgi, Adrien, Coos, Prox, Rojas, Dollar and Blanchard make up the 10 for the B semi-final in the two-wheel drive. Decent start by the pole man who gets away. Everybody gets through the first obstacles. The blue and white buggy then. Michael Steely on the Horman HT3 then down towards the hairpin for the first time. And the Samba hairpin has been one of our action areas and just about get everybody through. Now down to the Graphil Bodies Gradient. Best starter there, undoubtedly Sasha Coos on the Elcon MMX, the 6 car, up into 4th position. And now to make that 3rd as there's a spin from the number 3, Mario Di Bella, the Swiss driver, making a mistake there and holding up the rest of the field at the end of the first lap then. So Steely leads. Steely from Schweinzer in 2nd, Coods in 3rd. Those are the 3 qualifiers at the moment, but there's nothing in it as Schweinzer goes over the top and doubles into the lead. There he is in the bottom of the picture, just going through. New leader, the man from the club here at Ferring. So now, will we see Schweinzer check out on that Elcon MMX? Steely, the German, in 2nd. And then the battle for 3rd. Well, it's not a battle really at the moment. 3rd. Sasha Coos, the Swiss driver, in 3rd position on the 6. So through to the hairpin again, as that is our third place driver, Mario Di Bella. Top three going through, of course. Stili, Schweinzer and Di Bella at the moment. Bernd Georgi, the fourth place driver, has dropped way back down. So Schweinzer, Stili and Kuss at the moment are the top three, 2, 1 and 6. Ulrich Adrien is the next man up. That's your third place driver. Already some people well off the place, including Yaroslav Prokesh, who's about to get a lap down. So there is the 6th. Third place. Where is number 5? An answer, it's a long way back. If Frank just pauses for a moment and comes out a little bit and waits for the yellow buggy to come through the bomb hole, there it is. That's the 4th place driver at the moment. Bright yellow with the black and blue rear wing. Down through the first corner onto the grid straight. Ulrich Adrien from the HC Racing Club in Slovakia on the Elkhorn MMX. And he's really got to start turning in some decent laps, and he's not. He's a couple of seconds away from the pace of the guys ahead of him. So that's 4th position. And he's not gaining on Sasha Kuss. Sasha Kuss, I think, is gaining on the 2nd place man, and we've seen in the past, have we not, the issues that can be caused when drivers start racing, and there's no real need for them to do so. Plenty of time left. We're just at the quarter time here with 5 gone and 15 to go. Let's go back to the head of the field, just completing his lap now, the number 2, heading into the first corner and onto the grid straight is the middle of those 3 cars. Just landing a little bit awkwardly after the D'Agostini double. Patrick Schweinzer, the Fairing WMW club member. Oh, beautiful piece of avoidance there, as it was the number 8 of Dalibor Rohak who was upside down. I was just thinking he might have made a mistake there, as he'd run up onto the bumper on the outside of the circuit, which are concrete here, but that was expertly done. So Schweinzer then on the Elkhorn, the MRS tuned motor, leads by a good 7 or 8 seconds now from Stili in 2nd, under the EFRA bridge and down towards a very tricky corner. Looks simple, but you really drop away down the graphil gradient there. Easy to get too much power on, and there's the problem for the leader. Gets caught up with the number 9 of Tobias Dollar. So easy to do suspension damage at that point. So as Schweinzer goes off down the grid straight, the number 1 is just coming onto the grid straight, so we'll show you the gap now and transition back. There's the tabletop. It's the blue and white buggy coming through into the tabletop now, and there he is, Michael Stili on the Elkhorn, excuse me, on the Hormann from the Leinfelden Echterdingen Club in Germany, and he's already playing it safe, isn't he? Notice he's not doubling that infield whoops, the first pair at least. So over the D'Agostini double. Not quite at half distance yet. In these testing conditions. We've had it all this week here at Fairing, with good weather on Monday and Tuesday, a lot of wet weather on Wednesday and Thursday. It dried up a bit on Friday to very dry on Friday afternoon, and now perfect weather on Saturday. Rohak Dalibor on his roof again there, as we saw him stranded as through when Patrick Schweinzer as through when, excuse me, Michael Steely. Extraordinary run from Steely yesterday. Had a really fabulous go of it. This is the off-road B final for two-wheel drives, semi-final, B semi-final for two-wheel drives. Sasha Kuhn still in third position is the number 6 buggy, and he is well back, just going over the Graphel gradient now and onto the infield whoops. One in front of that, Frank, please. Thank you. Sorry, I stumbled over my words there and sent Frank a bit of a dummy. That's the 6th of the Swiss driver Sasha Kuhn from the HVBRS club on the Elcon. MRS tuning for him as well on his 26cc motor. Now, he only had 3 seconds last time around on 4th place, and 4th place is Ulrich Adrien on the number 5, and the number 5 is a bright yellow buggy which is just in the background of this shot, coming into shot now. There it is, and I've got to say that Ulrich Adrien is just chipping away nicely. Hasn't got as fast a lap as the man ahead of him, but is taking half a second to a second every lap out of the buggy in front of him. They're from the berm cam, both together, and you can see the yellow buggy in 4th place is just looking a little bit more sprightly as we hit half distance. Schweinzer by a country mile at the moment. Still waiting for Michael Steely to come through. Here he is. Schweinzer's completed his 14th lap. Steely goes through, and it is 15 seconds between first and second. And then this battle for 3rd position. And their issue now is they've got 3 buggies battling for 8th, 9th and 10th right ahead of them. So Sasha Kuhn will hit this traffic first and has to be very careful. And Kuhn has gone over. Kuhn has gone over, maybe just distracted by the traffic. And Ulrich Adrien then takes over 3rd position. So Sasha Kuhn goes from being the hunter to doing the hunting. And how far has he dropped back? That far. Oh dear. The 6 that we're looking at. Kuhn there, doubles the infield. Now behind him, I think that's Maria Del Bella. Is it? No, it's not. That's Patrick Schweizer. Should have recognised the driving style. So he's lapped up to 4th place. Schweizer goes through. Schweizer leading. Michael Steely on the blue and white, number 1 in 2nd, and Ulrich Adrien in 3rd. With Sasha Kuhn now in 4th position and on hurry-up look, lost 6 seconds to his pursuer last time around with that mistake. And once again, Patrick Schweinzer is doing that thing which surprised us all in the 4-wheel drive. His average time is faster than anybody else's fastest time. Pretty much, actually. I think there's only one person who's got a fastest time that's anywhere near it. His best time of 42.8, his average time of 43.8 for 17 laps so far. Traffic being a problem. Lap traffic, always a problem. And a little bit of Archie and, if you will, Bargy. And contact there between the 6 and 5. That's the battle for third. The yellow buggy has just lost a position. Kuts and Ulrich. Sasha, Kuts, Ulrich Adrien battling it out in traffic here. The 3 car will have to stay out the way, and does. Mario Del Bella is actually in 5th place, but there's now a lap down to these two. So this is go fast or go home at this point for the 3rd qualifying spot. Huge air, too much air by the 6, and has lost that 3rd position again. And I've got to say, the 3 car in there has caught them up. I thought he'd lost a lap there, but in fact he is on that lap. So these are the 3 that are battling for that position. So the red and white car, which I thought was a lap back, I apologise to Mario Di Bella. He's dragged back up to this battle whilst they've been in traffic, and he's involved in it now. So 5, 6 and 3 are the cars who are in there. Olivier Blanchard, the 0, is not. Schweinzer has gone through to start his 20th lap. In fact, he's coming round to finish his 20th lap. Where is Schweizer? Lost Schweizer. The number 2 car. Is he still out there? He's slowed down a little bit, but he is still out there. What happened to Schweinzer last time around? No, he's gone through. He completes lap 20. Steely in 2nd, still. And this is the interest here. Ulrich Adrien in 3rd has now pulled away from the scrap. And it really was a wheels up scrap, wasn't it? For 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Di Bella's just gone through into 4th after a tiny mistake by Sasha Kuss. And there'll be a little sigh of relief from Ulrich Adrien that he's got a little bit of breathing space as he goes past the number 8 of Dalibor Rohak. Rohak on the Hornemann HT3. And just as I say there's a breathing space, the 2 marauding contenders are within striking distance again, because behind Rohak here comes Di Bella. Di Bella from Switzerland on that red and white machine. There he is. Now he's got to get past that lap car, and he's having to modify his line, and he modifies it in the wrong direction, and he loses that position. So these 2 are the guys battling for 4th and 5th, and they have just now 4 minutes to get on terms with the bright yellow machine number 5. These 2 are not doing themselves any favours, are they? Really? I mean, it's great to watch, but they need to be up the road a 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds and putting pressure on the number 5 of Ulrich Adrien. As Patrick Schweinzer just reels off another lap. His average time now, by the way, down to 43.6. Remarkable stuff. His best time of 42.7, and his average time now for 23 laps is within a second of his best time. Just metronomic. There he is. Now, that is our number 5, Ulrich Adrien. Where's Kuts and the chasing pack? Answer is they've caught themselves up again, so they've given breathing space at the Samba hairpin. Samba exhausts powering our broadcast this weekend, along with D'Agostini Model Space and Graphil Bodies, and our colleagues at EFRA. Thank them all for their support. Bit of lappery about to go on here. Nicely done. Racing room asked for and given. Olivier Blanchard, the Frenchman. Just drop back, if we may, Frank, to the battle for 4th position, which is coming to you underneath your feet now. It has not at all ceased, and I don't think these two guys have given themselves the best chance of getting the transfer spot, as we've only got 2 minutes to go. And this is Mario Di Bella and Sasha Kuss, two Swiss drivers not working in tandem at all. The red and white is Di Bella, and the green or greener of the two cars is Sasha Kuss. These two guys, as I say, not really working together. Di Bella from the MACW club and Sasha from the HVPRS equipe, and I just wonder if they've let club rivalries get in the way here. Dalibor Rohac, by the way, stranded. Oh, that's not the right line through there, is it? And he's not going to get that over the top, and the marshal's already working elsewhere, so that's going to be time and positions lost right on the far side of the circuit. And all of a sudden, everybody seems to have lost their minds. Fortunately, not really giving a problem to the front of the grid. However, there's been a problem for the 3rd place driver, because that now is the battle for 3rd. Di Bella is in 3rd position. The Swiss has taken it on the tabletop, and now coming down to the hairpin, the yellow buggy was in 3rd, the red and white buggy is now. So all of that messing around with back markers cost time then for Ulrich Adrien, and Di Bella, who I thought was out of it, is now in a transfer spot, and the checkered flag is out, and the buzzer's gone. Well, in the right spot at the right time for Di Bella, the Swiss advances, and the Slovakian driver is out. As long as he can get it over the line, which he does, Mario Di Bella then goes through on 26 laps. Michael Steele and Patrick Schweinzer. Steele will do 27 and Schweizer 28. Well, well, well. Here comes Michael Steele to finish it off. Oof. Hitting the bottom of the bumps there, very nasty. So let's confirm then the results. Patrick Schweinzer goes through with Michael Steele in 2nd and Mario Di Bella in 3rd position, stealing away that 3rd position from Ulrich Adrien.
The driver won the quarterfinal A, 4-week-12, the count continues. The driver quarterfinal A, 4-week-12, the count continues.
So there, the confirmation of the 3 drivers going through. Schweinzer from the club here, Michael Steele, the German, and from MACW, Mario Di Bella. Unlucky man, Ulrich Adrien. Next up, we will have the A semis. And our grid lineup will be at the back of the grid, one of our transfer drivers, the Frenchman Michel Perziat on the FGT2M. Same machinery for Elie Raboisson and Loris Chesneau, the three French that came through from the quarters earlier on this morning. Holman HT3 is the weapon of choice for Filip Šilik from the Czech Republic and that RC Sport Bretzi Club. Holman HT3 for him. Elcon MMX for the next couple. Tim van der Elst from the Netherlands. So we get our Dutch viewers excited again. He's from the MRCE Club and he's on an Elcon, as is Ken Valkiers. He races on a Dutch licence, although he's from Belgium, on 5. FGT2M for Ludo Diaz, the Frenchman from the MBC 67 Club. The Practic Club member Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic on the Elcon is in 3. Holman HT3 for Mike Plekkerpool from Holland from HMRC, which in UK parlance is Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. I'm sure that's not who he's representing. He's on a Holman HRT. And the Elcon MMX of Rick Hoffman from the Netherlands and the HMRC Club with the G4Z tuning to his engine is on pole position. We'll be back with that when they get out and warm up in just a few moments' time, live on RC Racing. Don't forget the Facebook page. Join us. We'll be inducting a few more of you at the lunchtime period. And also you can follow along at myrcm.ch. And we'd rather like you to go to the EFRA Facebook page and like them as well, if we're honest. It's live. It's finals action, and it's the two-wheel drive A Semi brought to you by Samba, by Graphil Bodies and by De Agostini Model Space, all here on rcracing.tv in just a few moments' time. Well, hello there, everybody, and welcome to our finals coverage. I threw you rather a curveball earlier, and I apologise for that. It's the top 5 that went through from the last heat. So congratulations to Sasha Koos, to Ulrich Adrien, as well as Mario Di Bella, Michael Steely and Patrick Schweinzer. There's no lucky losers or times here. So the man that lost out was Tobias Duller, although he wasn't on the lap of the guys ahead. Sasha Koos in 5th position goes through with Ulrich Adrien, Mario Di Bella, so both of the Swiss drivers, Michael Steely and Patrick Schweinzer as well. It's 5 and 5 into the finals. So which 5 will it be from this 10? Michel Perziat for France in 10th position. was one of 3 French drivers who qualified through from the quarters, with Elie Raboisson and Loris Chesneau all on Hobby Centre tuned FG T2Ms. Philip Jillik is the Czech Republic driver on the Horman in 7th. Tim van der Helst from MRCE on the Elcon. Also on the Elcon, Ken Valkiers racing on the Dutch licence, Belgian in descent on 5. Ludo Diaz from France on the FG. Another Elcon in the hands of Martin Kraus, the Czech Republic driver from the Practic Club. The Horman HT3 of Mike Plekapol is in 2nd, and his countryman and clubmate Rick Hoffman, both from HMRC, on the Elcon is on pole position. Top 5 then to go through. 3 minutes of running to go through. Just to recap then, top 5 going through. No lucky losers, no times to be worried about. And this is the second of 2 semi-finals. The B we've just had, this is the A final, A semi-final for the 2-wheel drives. Beautiful weather conditions. The wind, thankfully, actually, is just picking up a little bit. A for the heat, but mainly for the dust. Because when it was very still this morning, the dust was just hanging in the air. And we're just hearing that there's been a 10-minute technical called. So a timeout with just 2.5 minutes to go before we were due to grid up. So a 10-minute technical called by one of the drivers. It's allowed. It's provided for in the regulations. You'll see everybody come back into the pits. They're sensing burning fuel, driving round and round. They'll come back in and just set it down. The 10-minute countdown has already been started. Well, not sure who has the issue in the pit lane, but there it is. Thankfully for them, I think, bathed in, not bathed in sunshine. Well, let's see who's on the back bench. That's normally a good guess, and that looks to me. Is that Ludo? Yeah. No, it's not. Well, there's 4. There's Ken Valkiers. There's Ludo, rather there, the 4 car. A couple of the Czech Republic drivers. Is it Martin Kraus? I think it's Martin Kraus, is it? Martin Kraus, the Czech Republic driver. There's a couple of Czech team members there who are gazing up towards the driver stand as if there's something going on. Just if we can just go to the right a tiny bit there, Frank. I know that you're leaning out precariously. The car right at the pit out end of the bench, I think, is not being worked on. It's just sitting there. It's this one in the middle here that the guys are working on. And it's one of the leading runners because it's at the sharp end of the grid. They are in grid order there. The first car you can see turned sideways is the 4 of Ludo Diaz, the French driver. Bit of fettling going on. It's in the engine and exhaust pipe sort of area of the car, whichever one it is. And it seems to be quite earnest, doesn't it? People staring at things and getting your tools in. A little bit of tweaking. Engines have been turned off, as you can probably hear. So a little bit of drama here. There's the technical timeout, the 10-minute technical timeout, often can be used as a bit of a psychological tool, but it certainly looks like there is work going on here. Unfortunately, the gentleman in the white t-shirt is stopping us here, seeing what he's doing, and B, getting any chance of seeing what the body is. It is the bright green one. And Adam is just nipping off. Well, he's in the area reserved for the 6 by the look of it. Yet if it is the 6, that would be Tim van der Elst. Or is that the area reserved for the 7? In which case it will be Filip Jilek from the Czech Republic, which would make more sense. There's Andy getting into shot and finding out. Does he hold up fingers? 6, he says. So it is Tim van der Elst from the Netherlands. Tim van der Elst it is. Thank you, Andy. He's going to become known as Andy forevermore now, isn't he? This started off, I have to pay this story off a little bit. We were chatting in the car on the way back to our fabulous guest house a couple of nights ago. And for some reason, in the middle of a conversation when I've been calling him Adam all day, I called Adam Andy. And now it's stuck because Frank and I both did it again last night at dinner. This looks quite serious, doesn't it, for Tim van der Elst and his team. Tense times for the other competitors. And there's 4.5 minutes to go in this technical. The track has been opened. So if the other drivers want to go around and just warm everything back up again. It's the EFRA European Championships. We're live from Furring with a technical timeout being called by the number 6 driver, Tim van der Elst. And there's just on 4 minutes of that remaining. Track has been opened for the other drivers and they will take advantage of it. The car is on the back bench and has had considerable fettling in the whole of this time. There's nothing psychological about this at all. They've been working on that car from the moment they called the timeout. In fact, from a few seconds beforehand, that car was already on the back bench and they realised, I think, that it wasn't a quick fix that they were going to be able to apply. And this will be a source of some concern from Tim van der Elst from the MRCE club in Holland. His Elcon MMX. And the RNGP Stage 3 tuning on the engine. Well, do I hear fired up? I don't. There was a moment there we thought was going to get dragged back out onto the circuit. And just 2 minutes, 3 minutes, excuse me, before they've got to make a decision. I don't think that's looking good. I'll be honest with you. Frank's shaking his head. He's watching down the camera viewfinder. I think that might be game over. I really do. Oh, hang on. Just when I was about to give it up. There's no real urgency, is there? Maybe they're not going to risk taking it out on the warm-up, but you'd think you'd, after having that amount of fiddling and fettling, that you would want to give it a run round to see if it's running cleanly. Well, let's remind ourselves then of the grid. Michel Persiat at the back from Elie Raboisson and Laurie Chesneau, the 3 French drivers qualified up. Then it's in 7th, Philippe Gillick. Tim van der Elst, maybe not in 6th. Ken Valkjes in 5th. Ludo Diaz in 4th. Martin Kraus in 3rd. Mike Plekapol and Rick Hoffman, the 2 Dutch at the front. 4 Dutchmen, 3 Frenchmen, and 2 Czech Republic drivers make up the 10. 5 will go forwards. It's the two-wheel drive A semi, and we are ready to go racing, or at least 9 of them are. We wait as well. I've got 10 cars on the pit lane now. The 60-second countdown has been given by our race organisers, and Rick Hoffman will lead out the 10 cars then to the grid on the far side of the circuit from us. The start procedure has commenced, and Rick Hoffman on the Elcon MMX leads out the field. It's the Horman HT3 in second of Mike Plekapol as they trickle onto their grid positions. Everyone at the back is set, and we have all 10 of them out there. So Tim van der Elst has gone out. Will the 6 be Vettel then? The Elcon MMX. Stand by for action. 5 to go forward to the final for the EFRA European Championships for 2015. The two-wheel drive A semi is go, and the 2 Dutchmen try not to get in each other's way, but the pole man just overcooked it slightly and drops to 4th. May go further back from that. It's Mike Plekapol that leads from in second position. In fact, it's not Plekapol, it's my apologies. Both the guys at the front have had issues. It's Martin Kraus that's leading through, and now it's the 5 of Ken Valkjes who jumps into the lead. So the pole man is last. The 5th grid man is leading. 5, 3, 4 and 2 being Valkjes, Kraus, Diaz and Plekapol. That's your top 4. And the final qualifier at the moment in 5th position is the bright green buggy, and that's the 6 of Tim van der Elst. So he's got it going, and got it going into a qualifying position. Well, he was for a moment at least. So Ken Valkjes leads, and he's gone. He's checking out the bright red and white machine. Then this great battle in the infield, and there over goes the number 4 of Ludo Diaz. This is going to affect the qualifiers. Top 5, remember. So Valkjes, Martin Kraus in second, Philippe Gillick, the 2 Czechs getting in amongst the Dutchmen at the moment, and then Plekapol and Tim van der Elst. Ludo Diaz down from 4th to 6th, and Laurie Chesneau up from 8th to 7th, and the big loser Rick Hoffman, who was off pole position, who's still right at the back, but they're not spreading out too far. Indeed, Valkjes is about to lose the lead, and does, and there's a coming together on the EFRA bridge, but they've managed to continue. Here's the battle for the transfer spots. 6 and 2, Plekapol, van der Elst, and getting in on the act there, Laurie Chesneau as well. End of lap 3. Kraus, Valkjes, Gillick, van der Elst, Plekapol and Laurie Chesneau. That's your top 6. Then there's a gap back to Diaz. Ludovic Diaz, Persiat, and in fact, Elie Raboisson and Persiat. Rick Hoffman's back up to 7th position now and charging back. Keep an eye open for the number 1 car, the dark red machine. He's got traffic ahead of him, but anything can happen, and usually does. And there's another car going the wrong way, And that is Hoffman coming through. Got involved in someone else's accident there. That was not Rick's fault. And that's Hoffman in the red car, coming back into a position that will put him, I think, in the top 5. And Martin Kraus leads from Dutchman, Valkiers, Van der Elf. Hoffman back up into 4th from Chesno now in 5th. Plekapol bumped down the number 2 car. And bear in mind, we've only had 3.5 minutes of racing. Valkiers back in the lead from Martin Kraus. That changed just a moment or two ago as well. And again, that infield section, the number 2 there, Mike Plekapol, is still on his roof and finally gets going. He took a pretty big hit as well from, I think it was the 8 of Loris Chesno. Well, this is more like it. We've got a very well balanced field here, with Volkers having gone through back in the lead from Kraus in 2nd. Van der Elsch, Hoffman, Ludo Diaz, your top 5. Then Loris Chesno trying to do the double transfer. Chesno in 6th position and only a 2.5 behind a transfer spot. Number 1 there is Rick Hoffman in 4th position. We nip back to the next guy's back. There we go. That's the number 4. He's in 5th. And it is 5, not 3 as I said before in the semi. There's no timed components here. It's the top 5 that go through. And there's the pass. For 5th, is it? No, the 4 just holds on. Ludo Diaz and Loris Chesno, the 2 French drivers. No entente cordiale there, is there? Not much fraternity. Although they seem to be quite egalitaire as they're running round. And down the inside. Ooh. Chesno looking very, very impressive at the moment. Chesno is the yellow buggy in 6th spot at the moment. These two slowing each other up with this battle and allowing Tim van der Elsch, who had those issues earlier on the 6th, the green and silver buggy, to get away. Here's the 2 French battling for the final transfer position. At the moment it's Holland from Czech Republic, from Holland, and then this battle for 5th and 6th, the 2 French drivers. It's hotting up again down to the Samba hairpin. It's the 2-wheel drive A semi-final here at Fering in Austria. Very lucky there by Loris Chesno. Got rather stood up in the centre of the corner by Ludo Diaz, who he's trying to pass. We're having to do a little bit of pest control in here. We've had a few wasps in here the last few days. Between Andy and myself, we've knocked another one out of the population. 13 minutes gone off. In the infield is the 8. Loris Chesno from 6th position then. Well, that's great news for Ludo Diaz on the 4. He's got a bit of a gap now. Mike Plekapol fighting his way back as well, just behind this battle. But he's a little bit out of it at the moment. So, mistake there from Loris Chesno. So let's pick up your qualifiers then at the moment as we head forward towards the tabletop. Just going over that now. That is 5th position. It is the number 4, Ludo Diaz for France. Looks fairly secure at the moment. Been a change ahead as Rick Hoffman is now in 4th place, just starting his lap now and heading towards the first corner on the red buggy. Hoffman just dropped down from 2nd position there. There's Hoffman coming over the D'Agostini double and onto the tabletop. Let's just watch that very impressive number 1. Hoffman on the Elcon will not be happy with this run, but he's done well to get back into it, in all honesty. A horrible first lap, which saw him come through in dead last. Now, that's Martin Krause ahead of him, so once again, it's all changing round. Tim van der Elst has gone up to 2nd place, Martin Krause in 3rd, Rick Hoffman still in 4th, so there is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The green buggy at the head of this line. There he is, that's the 3rd place man. Just gone past the back mark, the 9's not in this fight. That's Elie Roboisson, who qualified through. One of the 3 French drivers who came through from the quarters. Oh, just a mistake there behind this car. Has cost a little bit of time, but and a position, in fact, for Martin Krause. So are we going to have 1st, 2nd and 3rd as the Dutch drivers as they finish this lap? I think we are. Yes, we are. Valkiers. All right, I accept he's Belgian. He's running on a Dutch license, so it comes up NL on the timing screen if you're following along at myrcm.ch. Valkiers from Tim van der Elst from Rick Hoffman. 2nd place for van der Elst. Behind him, the red Elcon MMX of Poelman Hoffman. If we haven't seen Ken Valkiers for a little while, I will assure you he's still going. He's on the tabletop at the moment and about to head down into the hairpin. So we'll pick him up there at the Samba hairpin. Just going under the bridge now. Nicely done, Frank. So there's our leader. And leading by some 12 seconds at the moment. Putting laps on just about everybody. And number 7 is Philip Yilish, who goes through. Pulls out of the way. Van der Elst in 2nd is just finishing his 14th lap now. So that's the gap with our leader, what, half a lap up or so. There he is. I think we better get back, I think, to this battle for 5th and 6th. It's Mike Pleckerpool who's come through. Ludo Diaz has been having a nightmare the last couple of laps, and 106 last time around. So it's the number 2 that we are looking for. Just crossing the start-finish line now and heading towards the first corner. That's Pleckerpool. Oh, hits the outside there of the circuit. Pleckerpool on the Horman HT3 with the Falcon 3 tuning. So we've got 3 real Dutchmen and an honorary Dutchman in the top 5 at the moment. Martin Krause, the odd man out, as the Czech Republic driver. So Mike then holding on to a 5-second lead from Ludo Diaz in 6th place. All nice and tidy. Trying to watch about 6 different things at once at the moment, because further up the field, Rick Hoffman and Tim van der Elst are having a bit of a scrap, which is looking more and more dangerous to both of their potential of qualifying. It's the 2-wheel drive A semi with 7.5 minutes to go, live on rcracing.tv with Graphil Bodies, D'Agostini Model Space and Samba. Now, who is chasing down Mike Pleckerpool, you're asking? Well, at the moment, it's the leader. Just behind the leader is Ludo Diaz. So that is 5th, and 6th, if we come out from that shot there. Next one through will be the leader, Ken Valkiers. There he is. And the one behind that is Ludo Diaz. There he is, the Frenchman. coming onto the tabletop now. And down towards the Samba hairpin. So he's the unlucky driver at the moment. It's been an imperious run from Ken Valkiers, with still 12 seconds on the rest of the field. Ludo Diaz has had a couple of shocking laps where he was 10 seconds or so away from the pace. This time around he's still a couple of seconds off Blackpool, and he's not gaining. Top 5 just consolidating their position at the moment, and there's Valkiers going through and putting a lap on the 6th place man. That's great news for him. Just gives him a little bit of breathing space should anything go wrong later, and we don't wish that on anybody, clearly. The dust just settling down a little bit. Track in decent condition. Ken Valkiers only did a 51 last time around. His best is a 43. We were seeing high 38s by the 4-wheel drive cars in the very best of the conditions on Thursday. Just as the track was drying off, has just gone Lugo Diaz. Very nearly took our camera out. That's not going to do his chase towards 5th any good at all. So with just 5 minutes remaining, let's check in on the top 5, and we'll start with our leader, who is on the infield whoops at the moment. Ken Valkiers comes towards the EFRA bridge. Let's take a lap with Ken and see. He's eased his pace, in fairness. 44s last time around, through to the final corner, down the pit straight, through the fast left-hander that puts so much stress on that right rear corner. Now to the D'Agostini doubles, which he does. Took onto the inside, not too close to that nasty concrete. Over the tabletop. And now watch for the surface change. He's on the block paving at the Samba hairpin. Down towards the difficult graphil gradients. Get it turned in, wait. Now get on the throttle. Over the infield whoops, which he's not trying to double now. No need. He's made the gap across the metal grating of the EFRA bridge and onto those tricky tiles, particularly when they were wet. They were very treacherous. Big hole at the end of them, which we're calling the bomb hole. And then through to complete that lap. So that's Ken Valkiers leading. Rick Hoffman is in 2nd place, and he is coming over the... where is he? Such a long way back. He is coming... where? It's more than a lap back, Hoffman. Surely not. He's just started his lap, and he's heading on to the D'Agostini doubles now on the far side of the circuit. Through the hairpin, it's the bright yellow machine onto the tabletop. No, excuse me, that's not the right car. That's Martin Kraus. It's the one car that is in 2nd. He's coming through to complete his lap now. The red car in 2nd place. Sorry, my apologies there. Set Frank looking in the wrong direction. So that's your 2nd place man. And 14 seconds behind the leader at the end of that last lap. He's got 11 seconds on Tim van der Elst, the man who caused the technical and called the technical at the start of this. Is coming down to the Samba hairpin now. The green buggy. The Elcon MMX with the RN GP Stage 3 tuning on his engine. That's 3rd. All easing their pace now. No chances to be taken. And then, as Ken comes round to finish, as Tim rather comes round to finish his lap, here is the yellow of 4th place driver Martin Kraus. Again, having eased his pace with some 13 seconds between himself and the lead, the next driver up the road. And behind him is Mike Pleckerpole, the number 2, who I think that's just... There is Pleckerpole. There's the 3, still having problems. Martin Krause has lost a bit more time. And the number 2 is on the infield whoops now, our 5th and final qualifier as it stands, coming over the bridge at the EFRA crossing through the bomb hole, and the blue and pink car is in 5th position. That's Mike Pleckerpole. And none of those guys are anywhere near being challenged. Mike Pleckerpole's got the best part of 30 seconds between himself and 6th. So those top 5 are in cruise control at the moment. Of course, there's no... It's always difficult, isn't it, to know just how much to slow down without losing your concentration. Whatever type of racing you are in, get yourself into a rhythm and stick to it is often the best thing to do. But these guys are trying not to damage cars. Pleckerpole through the bomb hole there. The Horman HT3 with Falcon 3 tuning on his engine. Mixture of FG and GRP tyres in this. Everybody on FG other than Martin Krause on the 3 car. He's got the GRP tyres. No real advantage, it would seem, here. There's the buzzer. So let's wait for the results to be confirmed. It'll be a 27-lap run in the 20 minutes for the man who comes through now, Ken Valkius, confirmed as our first qualifier. And just waiting for Tim van der Elst to come through in the green, number 6. Worries for him at the start. Well done to his pit crew for getting that sorted out. So let's confirm then the results, and I'm afraid going home will be the French trio of Chesneau, Raboisson and Persiat. Ludo Diaz, in fact 4 of the French going home. That's disappointment for the Tricolor team. And then Philip Yillick, excuse me, will also not be advancing. So that leaves Mike Pleckerpole, Martin Krause, Tim van der Elst, Rick Hoffman and Ken Valkiers to go through. Ken, the Belgian, racing on the Dutch licence, 1 Czech Republic driver, and the rest were Dutch as well. So there's your result. Next up, we move along to the 4-wheel drives semi-finals, and clearly that will be the 4-wheel drive B final, which comes up next, and we'll give you the result for that in just a moment, or the grid, should I say, for that in just a moment. And there it is. Alan Sarafian, the Turkish driver, qualified up from this morning's quarters. So it's Sarafian and Mark Kreisig at the back. Thomas Lutz also came through this morning. Peter Hartmann, Ertugrul Triaki, first of the qualifiers by right. Peter Hartmann, then Ertugrul Triaki, Philip Gysi, the Swiss driver, Pekka Haikala, Tim van der Elst, who's just raced, of course. Jorg Michael Tait and Dario Vaselli, former European champion, on the pole. Like us on Facebook, or join our group if you would. Be very nice of you. We'll be approving a few more of you and getting you inducted in a wee moment's time. A couple more finals, semi-finals before we take our break. So just to confirm, by the way, our finals in the two-wheel drive will be Patrick Schweinzer from pole, Ken Valkiers, Rick Hoffman, Tim van der Elst, Michael Steely, Martin Kraus, Mario Di Bella, Ulrich Adrien, Mike Pleckerpole and Sasha Coots. That's your A final for two-wheel drive, which will be later on this afternoon. And only Martin Kraus there on the GRP tyres. But that's to come. Next up, we've got the semis. Let's find out who our final runners are for the four-wheel drive. And here's the B semi-final lineup. Alam Sarafian qualified through this morning. He's from the MC Sat Club, and he's on the MCD RR5. It's Mick Tuning from, or MIK Tuning for the MCD RR5 of Mark Kreisig from the Fürstenwalde Club in Germany. His countryman from MCC Laubtheim is on another MCD RR5, and that's Thomas Lutz in 8th position. Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, only Czech Republic driver representing here, the RC Sport Brezzi Club on the Elcon Impact, as is Ertugrul Teriaki from Germany from the RC Club Rosshubach. A couple more MCD RR5s in 5th and 4th. 5th, Philip GC from the Swiss HVBRS Club, and Pekka Heikkilä, from Finland from the Mants MK Club. Elcon Impact in 3rd for MCRE's Tim van der Elst from Holland. Jorg Michael Tait from FG Motorsport running the FG Carbon. And Dario Vaselli on the MCD RR5 from AMKAS is on pole position. As far as tyres concerned here, Poleman along with Heikkilä, JC, Kreisig and Sarafian are on MCDs. Everyone else are on FGs. Wind getting up quite significantly now. Just wonder what that will do. I wonder that's why they're not flying so much on the infield. It's right in the face of the buggies as you're going through the infield whoops. I wonder if they're just worried about getting a little bit tied up with that and why they're not doing as many doubles as we were seeing earlier in the week. There's the flags blowing across from where I'm sitting from right to left. Smashing day though, but you can see from those flags it is getting a bit blowy. Let's take a quick look at the lineup again for you as we take a look at the pit shot. Vaselli, Tait, van der Elst, Heikkilä, GC, Teriaki, Hartmann, Lutz, Kreisig and Sarafian. So stand by for semi-final action. It's the B semi-final for the EFRA Large Scale Off-Roads live on rcracing.tv. And as they head out onto track, Grafil, Samba and D'Agostini Model Space coverage is about to get underway with Dario Vizelli on pole from Jorg-Michael Tait in second, Tim van der Elst third, Hakeler, Jaycee, Teriyaki, Hartmann, Lutz, Kreisig and Sarafian make up their top positions. All looks good at the back of the grid. Stand by for action, 20 minutes on the clock. We are off. Oh, terrible start from second place. In fact, it wasn't a start at all, and we've got two cars off on the start line. And it is the number 2, Jorg-Michael Tait, who didn't get away and caused the accident behind from the 0. And then there's a huge conflagration on the infield section as well. This is really going to shake things up, and it's great news for Dario Vizelli. With the MCD RR5 and the MCD branded engine and tyres. He comes through at the end of lap 1, and it's Vizelli who will lead it. And it's a decent lead, almost a full second from Tim van der Elst, who's come through to second. Third, Philip Jaycee. Carnage on the outside of the grid. Then Hakeler, Hartmann, Kreisig from 9th to 6th, Teriyaki down to 7th. Lutz in 8th, Sarafian 9th, and Jorg-Michael Tait dead last as he came across the line. Awful from the second place qualifier. And more issues coming through at the end of the second lap. Change for the lead. Tim van der Elst goes through and takes the lead from Dario Vizelli in second. Petter Hartmann has just dropped out of a qualifying position in 5th position. He's gone down to 6th. Give them a lap or two to sort themselves out normally, but this lot have kicked off really early. So the leaders then into the Grafil bodies gradient and still having at it. Don't see the point of this, guys, when it's early in the race. Just get yourself sorted out. Van der Elst from Vizelli. It's dropped back to 3rd place. That's the number 5 of the Swiss driver, Philip Jaycee. There he is. Pekka Hakeler is on the blue and white MCD RR5 in 4th position. There he is. And 5th place in the final transfer spot at the moment being held by Mark Kreisig, the number 9, who was a qualifier, of course, has already been through the transfer situation and making the best of that start line kerfuffle. So that's 5th. That's the last transfer position at the moment. So where is his challenge going to come from? Well, the answer is from Thomas Lutz, who's also fought his way through from transfer. He's just one car further back, and as Kreisig had to get off the throttle there, the next car through you're going to see is Lutz. Lutz not only qualified through last time, but he won from the back of the grid. And I've got a feeling this is a triple transfer for, or would be, if Lutz can come through. So Lutz then in 6th position. A little flash of yellow is his target ahead, and he's got target acquired there as they come through the berm. Lutz then drifting the number 8 MCT RR5 and looking very strong at the moment, and he's going to have to be, because he's got Petter Hartmann beginning to gain on him in the 7, and he's dragging Ertugrul Teriyaki and Jorg-Michael Tait along with him. Oh, and he's gone over, and there go the two I was just talking about. A bit of contact there. And the red car at the back of that 4-car trade is Jörg Michael Tait, who should have started in second, but did start in second place, but he didn't get off the line. He was placed in second place on the grid and just stalled it. Clutch not doing its job. And he's got to get past these guys in fairly short order. As with 15 minutes to go, he needs to be heading off in pursuit of Mark Kreisig in 5th position, which means getting by these guys, which he's done expertly. You'd expect him to. Now it's just about every lap hitting your marks. Misses the bomb hole there. That's very nice. Down to the final corner. That's the pass for position on 6th place man Petter Hartmann that's ahead of him as they come through on very different lines through the final corner, and that was expertly done again. So that's now 6th position for the recovering Jörg Michael Tait. Now he's got a bit of clear track ahead of him. Doesn't need to go bonkers at this point. Just has to keep doing what he's doing, because up the road the battle is fairly tight between 3rd, 4th and 5th, and it's all gone a bit Pete-tong, and he's going to come across any second now. Philip Giese, who's just been tipped into a roll. Got to say, Petter Hartmann's not letting him get away. He's right on his rear wing at the moment. But 3rd, 4th and 5th are in fairly close order ahead of the battle we're watching at the moment, and that's significant because remember the top 5 go directly through into the final. There's no lucky losers, there's no timing involved, no fastest this or fastest that, no repechage, no second chance. It's get out there and get into the final. And that number 9 is Mark Kreisig, who's dropped back into 5th position again. Too many mistakes being made by the guys in the qualification positions, and that is allowing Jörg Michael Tait to gain ground and to focus in on a potential transfer spot, which I'm sure from starting from second he would have expected to have. It's the EFRA large-scale off-road 4-wheel drive category. This is our B semi-final. Live, powered by Samba, and there we go, he's done it, he's gone through, and that's because of a mistake. Mark Kreisig. So Tait now in 5th position and chasing 4th, which is Philip Giese. He's dragging Petter Hartmann with him. Hartmann's got half a chance here, you know, if he can stay in the wheel tracks of that FG Carbon buggy ahead of him. The wind's dropped to nothing. All of a sudden, after all of that breeze earlier on, the flags are hanging limply on the grid straight. Which is good news for our camera. He's down that side. So it's hotting up again. Here comes Jörg Michael Tait, and that is 4th position ahead of him. 4th position held at the moment by Philip Giese, the Swiss driver. Tait's very good through this first corner. He's done an overtaking manoeuvre here in the past, and he tries it again with the little tighter exit, but doesn't do it. He's taking his time, not sticking his nose in where he can do himself damage. Down to the Samba hairpin on the block paving. Much smoother there than JC ahead of him. He'll go to the inside on the Graphil gradient. The car ahead is a lap vehicle of Alan Serafian, who gets out of the way. Maybe just puts JC off there. There's a little touch of wheels. And again, down to the final corner, Petter Hartmann in the 7, which is the car with the orange on it, is coming into the picture here as well. 4th, 5th and 6th almost together. 4th and 5th definitely. 6th is Hartmann, there he is. He'll be licking his chops here. Got to think he's in with a chance. Oh, pulls the wheelie on the 4-wheel drive car from Jörg Michael Tait, and there is the mistake. That's what he'd been waiting for. JC makes the mistake, and Tait up to 4th position. Now 10 seconds further up the road is Heikele. I wonder if he can make that distance up. He doesn't really need to now. The interest for me is whether JC can hold on to Petter to that fifth position ahead of Petter Hartmann. Hartmann is coming hard. All about pressure, you know. Hartmann still closing in. All about pressure that got that fourth position, and the mistake from JC. On our replay there, you saw him just roll out of position. And that was good enough for fourth position for Georg Michael Tight. So JC now is under pressure again. He's in fifth position, so he's qualifying right now to the final. And when you're in the final, you know, anything can happen. European Championships have been won from all parts of the grid, and particularly on this track. The chances of something going awry for people in front is always there. But there's one big problem to Philippe JC and his MCT RR5 with the MCT tyre choice, and that is right behind him. He's got the number 7 of Petter Hartmann, the Elcon Impact, running the FG tyres with the MRS tuning on his Sonora engine. And Hartmann has put together some decent laps in the last 3 or 4. There he is. And he's gone through. No, he hasn't. He's about to, though, surely. I just thought JC'd gone a little bit wide there. Made it easy for him. You can tell when the guys are trying because they double those infield whoops for fun. And when they've eased off, it's a different matter. Now, Petter Hartmann is going to have to get a wiggle on now because Ertugrul Turiaki and Mark Kreisig are coming back towards him, and he's going to feel the pressure from behind. And what he wants to do is get into a 5th position and a qualifying spot before there's any issues with him having to defend from the guys behind him, and he's closing the gap. Just see the rear wing of 5th position, the number 5 buggy of JC, the RR5. 8 minutes to go as Dario Vazelli is over and has lost the lead. But that's not going to impact this, so I can get excited about that. You can continue to watch this fascinating battle as Petter Hartmann continues to turn up the pressure. Just cranking it up notch by notch. Excellent driving skills by both of these guys. Hartmann just runs a little bit wide but doesn't really lose any momentum there. And there's what you see from behind. That's Ertugrul Turiaki, the 3rd of those 3 coming over the EFRA bridge now. And Hartmann knows now. Hartmann knows it's go time. Little mistake there. And there's Ertugrul in the same picture from the berm cam. Ertugrul Turiaki from Germany, trying to get on terms. He must think he's got a chance. He goes down the inside of Hartmann. Oh, fantastic manoeuvre by Ertugrul there. Ertugrul Turiaki then into 6th place. It hasn't got him a spot in the final, but now he's going to have to go. Great news this, of course, for the Swiss driver Philippe JC ahead of him. Inside the last 7 minutes. Positions for you on the right-hand side. Tim van der Elst leads by 10 seconds after Dario Vazelli's mistakes. Heikele in 3rd, then Georg Michael Tiet, then this interesting battle for 5th, 6th, 7th on down. I don't think Philippe JC is safe, not by any stretch of the imagination, as Vazelli makes another mistake there. This is the battle for 6th, and they're just holding themselves up for a moment, giving a little bit of breathing space as off goes the 6 of Ertugrul So that's great news for Petter Hartmann. Now, can Petter get back side by side through the final corner and rolls onto the top of Teriyaki and loses one place. Well, that's all great news for JC, who's going under the bridge now and down towards the infield. The Graffill gradient, no issues for him last time around. So that's 5th position. It is the number 5, and he's going to have about 4 or 5 seconds now on Ertugrul Teriyaki, who's been released from his battle. And in fact, as he goes through, it was 7 seconds. Mark Kreisig now in 9th. Petter Hartmann drops to 10th. Then it's Lutz and Serafian. Tim van der Elst leads by a decent margin over Vaselli, who's become ragged recently. And we've got a stalled car, and it's Serafian right in the middle of the circuit, but that's not affecting the lead battles. That's 5th. Jörg-Michael Tiet is in 4th. He's just coming around the Samba hairpin now. That's your 4th place man. So he's got plenty in hand now after having to fight his way back after a terrible start where he didn't get off the line at all. Finished the last couple of laps dead last and now sits in a comfortable 4th position. And the car ahead of him is Pekka Heikkilä, who is in 3rd. So that is the battle for 3rd, but they're inside the qualifying with the top 5 all going through, of course. Vaselli is in the lead again now because Tim van der Elst has just made a mistake, and those pair are coming to the bridge, the EFRA bridge now. Got a bit of traffic ahead of them, so that is now 1st and 2nd. So those are the other 2 qualifiers that we haven't seen for a wee while. Just going past Petter Hartmann, whose pace has dropped off recently. I wonder if he rather used his tyres too hard early on. So there is the battle for the lead. Nice pitch into the Samba hairpin with 3 minutes to go by Vaselli on the 1. Vaselli on the MCD machine. And a double to take the lead, and then a touch for 1st and 2nd. This is dangerous, guys. Tim van der Elst and Dario Vaselli having a cracking battle, but they are well ahead of the rest of the field, 9 seconds up the road, and they are slowing each other down here. And it's making any mistakes they make now be potentially a bigger magnitude. It's great to watch though. But is it worth risking all for and a place in the final? I would suggest no. 2 minutes to go. Jörg-Michael Tiet up into 3rd position, having dealt with Heikkilä. Going through the infield whoops now, and he comes to the bridge. He's gaining on them. He's gaining on them hand over fist. There he is. He's taken seconds out of them last time around. Into the final corner. Through he goes. Took a 1.5 seconds out of them last time around. The 2 leaders still battling it out. Van der Elst back in the lead as they head to the Graffill gradient. 4th position is just rolled, and that was Heikkilä. Does he hold onto it? No. Marshall took a long time to get there. Coming to the hairpin now, the Samba hairpin now, is the 4th place driver Heikkilä. Now, has he held on to 4th position? That's the 5th guy, I think. Yes, it is. So no harm, no foul. Phew. There is Heikkilä. Took the Marshal a long time because there was traffic on the main straight and he had to cross it. Inside now, the last minute. So the leaders will come round one more time. And where are the leaders? Are they still battling? Of course they are. They're coming over the EFRA bridge now. But they have been closed down on. 1, 3. 3, 1 and 2. 1, 3 and 2. There's the leaders on what will be their last lap. Guys, don't throw it away now. Van der Elst then just drops back into second. Vassili leading out and goes off. And Vassili has to give best. Now that buggy in there is not in the fight. That's the 8. But the 7 is. Oh no, 7's not. That's Hartmann. So these guys are in traffic here. All kinds of scenarios that I don't even want to think about with the 3 buggies battling behind for the minor positions. The checkered flag is out. And Dario Vassili and Tim van der Elst have battled all the way to the finish. And fair play to them for giving us great entertainment. Separated on the line by half a second in the favour of van der Elst. Vassili in second. Jörg Tiet has gone through in third. Has waiting for Heikele to come round ahead of Philip Jacey. And they are both safe because they're a lap ahead of their nearest competitors. Well, well. So let's confirm the result then. And there is the result. Tim van der Elst in 29 laps. Won't care about that so much. And he and Dario Vassili giving us a fantastic run for the money. With Jörg Tiet starting from second place, you'd think, well, you know, first 3 are in the first 3, first 4 are in the first 4, first 5 in the first 5. Nothing happened. Yeah, right. Tell that to Jörg. Stalled it on the line and had to fight his way back. Did a good job, paced himself well, I thought. I think that bodes well for him for the final. It needs to do that in the 30 minutes of the final, of course. Pekka Heikele in 4th position. Wasn't an easy run for him either. Philip Jacey, the Swiss driver, in 5th position. Ertugrul Teriaki came back to 6th. And in fact, other than the first 3 switching themselves around, everyone else finished in their grid positions. But at one stage, we'd shaken them up quite considerably. Peter Hartmann flattered to deceive in the middle part of the race. Mark Kreisig got right up there early on, but his pace dropped away, made rather too many mistakes, as did Thomas Lutz and Alan Serafian. So that is the first half of the final for the all-wheel drive in the European Championships. And it will be Van der Elst, Vassili, Tiet, Heikele and Jacey who go through. Our final action before a break for lunch here and before the atmosphere of the finals. We'll see our A semi for 4-wheel drive. Steve Haynes qualified through earlier on this morning, the Telford Hot Tracks man on the MCT RR5 with the MCT tyres. Now these guys are mostly MCTs, just 2 FG tyre run. Steve Haynes with the modified tuned engine. He's in 10th. Felix Horens, the Swiss driver from the MACW club on the MCD RR5 with the Hele tuned motor, is in 9th. In 8th, it's Dirk Kellerman from the Quackenbrück RC RT club with MIK tuning on his MCD RR5 chassis. Similar setup for the Kaipak club member Pekko Ivanen, excuse me. Juni Hiltonen, also from Finland, from the Vara club, is on another MIK tuned MCD RR. All these guys on MCD rubber, by the way, as is Sven Rodewald. What a story this has been. Very nearly didn't get this far after having a bit of a nightmare, not providing marshalling duties early on, and he had one of his, well, he had his best qualifier thrown out, and he's had to fight his way through to this, and has done really well to be in the A final. The man from Germany and the Leinfelden Echterdingen Club. UTZ engine and MCD tyres on his MCD RR5. The MC Sat member Osgood Derren is from 4th position. First of 2 Elcon Impact fighting a squadron of MCD RR5s is the Ken Valkyrs number 3 on the GP Stage 3 tuned machine with the FG tyres. Valentin Persiat, the Frenchman from the Amco 29 club in France. The 6th of 6 MCD RR5s with the MCD rubber. But our poleman Patrick Schweinzer on the Elcon Impact from this club here, WMW Fairing on the FG, has been unbeatable. And I say that literally. Took all 4 of his qualifying heats in, I would say, relatively easy fashion. Was just generally looking like he's in a different category than everyone else. As he was out there earlier on, 3 minutes before we start lining them up. So during the lunch break, don't forget to have a look at our Facebook site. Plenty of pictures on there from the weekend. Also, myrcm.ch has all the results from the weekend and a live timing screen. And we'll be asking you as well to join up. We'll be getting some new members onto the Facebook page. Can't see anybody beating Schweinzer. It has to be almost an act of God for Schweinzer not to win this, and frankly win it at a canter. And once again, we've got a 10-minute timeout. Now this time, last time that this happened was in the 2-wheel drive. It was Tim van der Elst, wasn't it, who pulled that and did him no harm at all. I can see Frank staring into the pit lane to see if he can see anything. And we'll take his camera once he gets it down there and see if we can see anybody struggling away. Adam's on his way down there. And there is the pit lane. Everybody on the pit wall, nobody on the back bench as far as I can see. Shrug of the shoulders from everybody concerned as Adam is down there, sticks his head in. Our intrepid pit reporter. We can have a think around the back to have a word with the officials. So a 10-minute technical called, which is putting our lunch break back, which is never a good thing to do. We already had 90 seconds of it. Got to say, there doesn't seem to be too much work going on there. This may well be as much of a tactic as anything else. Word from the pit lane is it is Patrick Schweinzer, our pole sitting local qualifier and the defending champion, who has called this technical timeout. It can only be bad news for his competitors, as if he's not quick enough at all, if he feels he needs to make some adjustments to his machinery, to the Elcon Impact, the MRS engine. Just he and Valky is using the FG tyres here, everyone else on MCDs. tyre choice open. Can't be too greedy with the setup here because of the weight of these buggies. You can destroy right rear tyres particularly, and we've seen wheels pulled off, we've seen tyres pulled off rims. There is a foam liner, much as you see in WRC competition, and indeed NASCAR runs something similar as well. So if the tyre goes down, it stays on the rim. Well, this is just to give it a little bit more decent crowd coming out from the paddock to have a look at what's going on today. Grabbing a bit of shade. It is very hot indeed out there. Not much breeze on that side of the circuit, but as Frank pans back across to the other side, you can see it's picked up again, and the flags are pretty much out at perpendicular to the ground. A bit of track tidying going on as well, whilst we have the break. Well, 5.5 minutes to go. They'll be asking the guys to fire up the engine in a moment and opening up the grid, so that gives us another chance to have a look at the grid for this, the four-wheel drive A semi-final. Last of the qualifiers, if you will, before it is the single race for the finals and before we have a little break. Patrick Schweinzer, the local hero from the WMW Fairing Club here in Austria, playing host to us in fine form again, on pole position from Valentin Persiat in second, Ken Valkiers in third, Darren Osgur in fourth, Sven Rodewald in fifth, then Hiltunen in sixth, Ivanen in seventh, Kellerman in eighth, ninth is Horens, and 10th is Steve Haynes. Now, I'm not sure what's holding us up down there in the pits, because there doesn't seem to be any work going on. Expect to hear our race officials telling the guys the track is open in about 10 seconds time. Hope you've enjoyed our live coverage. Still to come the finals, of course, after the break for lunch. Nobody wanting to roll out then, so they must be pretty happy with what's happened so far. Well, I'm a bit nonplussed by this. I know it's kind of expected that it will happen. Last time we actually saw some work going on in the cars. This time seems to be a lot of chatting going on in the pit lane. Still people cleaning their cars in the bays behind us. You can probably hear the airlines going off. Under 3 minutes now to this semi-final, the A semi-final for the EFRA large-scale off-road four-wheel drive. Powered by Samba, by D'Agostini Model Space, and by Graphil Bodies. And finally, we get some takers. And first out is the number 4 of Osgur Durin. as they begin to venture out. And the guys who are singling the first obstacle are very sensible, because of course you can't double it on the opening lap. So getting a little bit of practice of doing that is really very sensible indeed. I think what we'll just see is everybody do one lap and come straight back to the pits, and indeed our race director is calling everybody back in. So can anyone stop the Austrian Patrick Schweinzer? The answer, I fear, is no. We may have to revel here in his metronomic accuracy and watch the battles further down. But with Valentin Persiak, Ken Volkiers, Oscar Durin, et al. Sven Vodderell, what a story that would be. And don't count out Felix Horins and Dirk Kellerman further down the field, who've qualified up from the quarters to this point. Take a final look then at the grid as we're ready to roll down. It is Steve Haynes off the back on the MCD-RR with the modified motor. The man from Telford Hot Tracks in 10th position. Felix Horins from Switzerland in 9th. Dirk Kellerman in 8th from the Quakenbrück Club. In 7th, it's Ivanen from Finland. Hiltunen from Finland in 6th. Rodewald from Germany in 5. 4 is Durin. 3 is Ken Valkiers. 2 is Persiat from France. And Patrick Schweinzer is on the pole position. Back of the grid looks good. Front of the grid looks good. 20 minutes on the clock. Top 5 go through. Most dangerous time at the start. Number 2's missing. No Persiat. I'm not seeing Persiat on the grid. He's gone to the back. And Persiat starts from the pit lane. Persiat came out of the pit lane and starts. He can still only single the first part of it. As we get underway, and already we've got somebody off on the infield, and it's the 5 of Sven Rodewald. So Persiat, after that 10 minutes, started from the pit lane. He's already made some positions up though, as the leaders come round over the bridge for the first time. The EFRA crossing, it's 1, 3, 4 and 6. So Schweinzer, Valkiers, Osgood Durin, then Hiltunen, then Irvinen, the 2 Finns then in 4th and 5th. Persiat up to 6th. So hardly any disadvantage at all for the Frenchman. Starting from the pit lane, got a really good run. As rolling out to second place, it goes Ken Valkiers. He's gone down to 4th, 5th, 6th place. Oh, and he's gone into Persiat. He's hit Persiat. Persiat comes back and hits the number 8 of Dirk Kellerman in a very untidy manoeuvre down at the Grafhill Gradient. And 3 cars in more incidents in the infield. The poor marshal out there can't cope. Schweins has gone through from Durin in 2nd, Hiltunen in 3rd, Ivanen in 4th. The 2 Finns making progress. Persiat up to 5th from the pit lane in 2 laps. Then Kellerman, Haynes into 7th from 10th. Valkiers, Rodewald and Horins all involved in argy-bargy early on. And it's the midfield where all of the action is as they come down to the Samba hairpin. The number 8 of Dirk Kellerman in 6th position. Behind him is Steve Haynes for Great Britain. Haynes, having qualified through, is the last hope for Britain in 4-wheel drive. So he comes through just a couple of positions away from qualifying at the moment in this 20-minute semi-final, the A semi for 4-wheel drive for the EFRA large-scale Euros. Well, things settling down, and already at the front of the field. Let's just pick up the leader there as he comes through towards the end of the lap. Frank coming down to the end of what is his 4th lap. That is Patrick Schweinzer, He's already done a 39.8. Nobody else under 41. I take that back. Valentin Persiat is, as he fights through traffic. So there is Schweinzer leading it out, and he's checked out from the rest of the field already. It's a very long way back to second place, who's coming to the Samba hairpin now, and that I think is going to be Juni Hiltunen. No, it's not. It's Persiat. Persiat's come back through to third. Hiltunen in second. There's Hiltunen in that distinctive bright green, but that is Persiat about to come through to second, and does so. So from the pit lane back to his grid position in less than 5 laps. Valentin Persiat, the Frenchman, has he got something then for later on today for Schweinzer? I'm rather disappointed we haven't seen these two battling it out at the front. Maybe that was the tactic from the Frenchman. Maybe he didn't want to go head to head with the Austrian wonder driver this weekend. Persiat then in second. In third place now is Hiltunen. That's the number 6 there in. He's just rolled it. In third place is his countryman Pekka Ivonen. Pekko under a little bit of pressure from Oscar Durin. There they are. There's Pekka. There's Oscar Durin. Another new fastest lap for Patrick Schweinzer at the head of the field, 39.7. It's just putting on a show out there. We're not going to see much of him today. Battles further down the field. So 4th and 5th still relatively close together, 7 and 4. And then there's a bit of a gap back to the 0 of Steve Haynes. He's just plugged it there. He's coming through to the Graffel gradient. Well, actually, I say that he's gone through because there's been a mistake there from Hiltunen. Hiltunen's now behind him, so Steve Haynes is in a qualifying spot. Haynes in a qualifying spot now. I'm sure that's Hiltunen behind him. We'll get confirmation from the timing and scoring as he comes through this time, but Hiltunen's made a mistake, and it's Schweinzer from Persiat, from Ivonen, from Durin, from Haynes. Yes, and that's Hiltunen behind him in 6th place. So 5th now for the Brit. Will we see a Brit in the final? Wow, that's going to make last night's celebrations perhaps a little premature from the British contingent here, as Hiltunen has a look down the Graffel gradient, can't get it done. Through to the EFRA bridge, and it's Haynes from Hiltunen, and Sven Rodewald's not that far, well, he wasn't that far behind. Here he comes. Rodewald on the 5, and Rodewald right up the rear aerofoil of Hiltunen as they go over the D'Agostini doubles, and he goes up the inside onto the tabletop. Can he hold on to it? He can, and takes the position. That's new 6th place man then. Maybe Steve Haynes would have been hoping that that little scrap might have gone on a bit longer to allow him to get up the road as they drop down the grid again. Oh, and he's gone over. Haynes has gone over, loses 3 positions. That's how close it is in the midfield, but then Rodewald goes over. And Hiltunen is back into a qualifying spot for the final with Felix Horrins right up his tailpipes, and he turns him round. Horrins turns him round. Now, is he going to give him that position back? That will be being looked at. Steve Haynes is back into 6th position. Well, that's an interesting one. Patrick Schweinzer ahead by a week from Ivonen in 2nd, Durin in 3rd, Horrins in 4th. Then the interest over on the far side. The car over, and they can't get to it, and it's the 9 car of Horrins that's going to put Hiltunen up to 4th. Hiltunen coming round to finish his lap now, and who is in 5th? I think it's going to be Ken Valkes, believe it or not, who comes through in 5th position. It is. And then in 6th place it's Horrins, and Steve Haynes has gone down to 7th. Patrick Schweinzer is about to lap all these guys as well, by the way. Medium, his average lap time for the first 11 laps, 40.5 seconds, the leader. And that is a second quicker than anybody else's best time. He's done a 39.7, the next best of 41.1 by Volkius. 3 and 9 battling together at the end of the lap. This is for 5th position. And through, Volkius and Horrens go to complete their 11th lap. Volkius with Horrens right there. And there is Horrens through into 5th position. Is Volkius going to be robbed again? Different lines being taken by a number of drivers here as they're searching for a bit of grip. That blue haze is off just before the EFRA bridge. Has gone the number 9 of Horrens, and Volkius lives again. Volkius then in 5th position. Who comes through in 6th? It's still Horrens, but Steve Haynes is right there. It's all getting tight again from 6th down. They've got the leader behind them as Haynes goes off right in front of the leader on the tabletop. Pekka Ivonen in 2nd place is 24 seconds behind the leader, and we're barely halfway through this one. Schweizer, if he wants to here, could lap the field. Quite simply. There he is, the leader, coming through to complete his lap 14. And that's a 42. Wow, that's his slowest lap, a 42.1. That knocks his average time down to a 40.7. Come on, Patrick, what's going on? Pekka Ivonen, we're still waiting for him to come through in seconds. Still waiting for him to come through in seconds. He's just gone through there, and he's now 30 seconds near enough behind. As in front of us, there's a problem for the 4, and that's Darren Osgur, and he's dropped down, and he's got an issue. Osgur at the final hairpin. He's got damage on the front. He's gone into the pits. Sorry, Frank. That's steering damage, and that was a qualifier. And again, it's the steering arms that have been damaged there. And so Felix Horrens gets a new lease of life in 5th position. Horrens on the 9 has a good gap behind him to Steve Haynes in 6th position again now. Will Osgur get out and get going again? Oops, and there is Haynes just falling over in front of us. He gets going again. And Dirk Kellerman has gone through into 6th now. So it's Kellerman on the 8 machine coming down to the Samba hairpin now as we're watching the 0 of Steve Haynes. He's just gone back through. That's good news for Steve. He is in 6th, but he wants to be in 5th. Anything can happen at the moment. Juni Hiltunen is the 6th place driver, and he's not looking very smooth at the moment, Hiltunen, as he comes down to the Samba hairpin. There he is. I feel the need to see some precision driving, which means we need to pick up our leader again, who is currently working his way on the far side of the circuit. In fact, he's gone. Patrick Schweins is in the pits. Patrick Schweins is in the pits, I think. This is real drama, the hottest of hot favourites, and there's problems for the team. Just as we said we wanted to have a look at him. And that is major work going on at the back of the buggy. Schweinzer looking down, trying to remain calm, but he's dropped out of contention. Well, I said it would have to be a mechanical or an act of God for him not to get through to the final. And are we seeing the big upset for the defending champion here? The WMW fairing driver on the Elcon Impact with issues in the pit lane. And Schweinzer is losing laps here. Pecco even in leads now. He's already dropped 2 laps. He's on the pit lane and gone. Out onto the start-finish straight. Now begins the fight back from Schweinzer. Well, he's going to have to, he can't cruise now. He's only got 6.5 minutes to go, and he's got to make up a couple of laps. I'm not sure he can do it. I'm not sure he can do it. It's Steve Haynes who's in 5th position at the moment, and Schweinzer's got the drive of his life on now. If this is going to happen for him, he's got to take chances, as you saw there. He's got to be tight to the corners. He's got to be on the throttle early, and he's got to be clean from now on. Helping him out is the fact that Dirk Kellerman has just gone off, and he has tanked out. Engine not running. But sadly, he was not, sadly for Schweinzer, he was not in the top 5. So Schweinzer then, we make no apologies for watching this guy trying to come back. There's 3 seconds between first and second, 5 seconds between second and third, 3 seconds between third and fourth. And then, where's Steve Haynes actually? He's coming through now. Big gap from 4th Hiltunen to Haynes as he comes through, trying to work out what that is. That's 20 seconds. Then it's Rodewald, and then it's Schweinzer in 8th position, but he's laps down. And he's got to be smooth. 39.1 last time around for Schweinzer. Taking 3 and 4 seconds out of the guys ahead of him. That's the fastest lap of the race from Schweinzer. 5 minutes to go. Here's the drama. The red hot favourite, Mr. Perfect this weekend, has had an issue in the pit lane. Had an issue that took him to the pit lane and has cost him 2 laps. What can he do? This will be a massive shake-up, and the door's been opened for Vazelli and Irvinen and Valkiers and Horins and all the guys from the rest of the draw, because frankly I could not see anybody bar this car and this driver, the Elcon Impact, doing anything but winning. This guy has been super consistent and super quick this week. Another 39.3 last time around. Only man under 40 seconds. Just to put that into perspective, he took 4 seconds out of the leader. He took 5 seconds out of 4th place man. It's about the laps counting and the time counting down under 3.5 minutes, or on 3.5 minutes now. Look at the right hand side of the countdown clock. This is a race against time as much as it is against anyone else. He comes up on the number 2. Valentin Persiat, who lets him go. Not that I think that he had anything for him. Now the guys ahead have got to keep their heads and just keep going. It's 7 Pecco Irvinen, from 3 Valkyries, from 9 Horins, from 6 Hiltunen, from 10 the 0 of Haynes. Now there's the 6, and there's 1 lap back on the 6 by the leader, and in fact he's just gone past Oscar Durin as well. So that's 1 of the 2 laps he needs back, and he's done that in about 3 minutes, and he's got just under 3 minutes left. Surely it can't be done from here. He's going to have to lap in qualifying pace every single lap now, and even in traffic there he was still under 40 seconds. He's not been over 40 seconds since he came out the pits. 39.9 there in traffic. He's rolled it. Oh, he can't afford that. He cannot afford that. That's a good couple of seconds. And again, oh, it's all gone. It's gone. Schweinzer will not make the final. Schweinzer will not make the final. There's your headline. Never mind, he won't win it. He's not going to make the final. His head's gone. The concentration's gone. Fabulous effort. I think he might have damage on the left front there, actually, as he comes through. Not sure the left front suspension is working correctly. Nah, it's not. There's an A-arm or something that's not doing its job. Damage to the left front. It's all over for the local hero. I expect him into the pits at the end of this one. And the fact he's still able to drive that car is quite remarkable. Look how low the front left is to the ground. It's not, the shock's not working on that side. You can see he's having trouble driving it. He'll be in this time around, mark my words, over the EFRA bridge. There's the skill of the lad, though, with a shocker that I don't think is connected to the rest of that front suspension. He'll peel off into the pit lane this time, does he? No, he's gone through. Well, maybe he thinks he can still do something. 48.3 though, he's lost all chance of it. And Steve Haynes now is the man in 5th position, the 0. And he is just coming through. Oh, and he's gone off. Haynes has gone off. Coming down to the graphil gradient now. Steve Haynes now onto the infield section. There he is, the second of those two cars, sorry. And Steve Haynes has got to be careful, because behind him is Sven Rodewald, and here comes Rodewald. We've picked this one up just in time. There's one lap to go, and Rodewald's still in with a chance. Rodewald is the next buggy back from Haynes. There he is. There can be no more mistakes from the Brit now. He's got half a lap to go. The checkered flag is out. Valkius, Horrens, Evenen and Hiltonen, but who joins them in the final? Is it Haynes or is it Rodewald? To the graphil gradient now. Oh, Rodewald makes a mistake, but he knows how important this is. He's going to double and double. Haynes makes a mistake and he's gone off. Haynes has gone off the last half lap. Remarkable stuff. And Rodewald, what a story this is. Lost his position because he didn't marshal earlier on. He's fought his way through and he's going to make the final, and Haynes has thrown it away. With half a lap to go, Haynes has thrown it away. And Great Britain will not have a representative in the final. Rodewald goes through. But the big story is that Patrick Schweinzer, from pole position, the white-hot favourite, will not be in the final. Ken Valkiers will, Felix Horrens will, Pekka Evening, Johnny Hilton and the two Finns going through, and Sven Rodewald goes through in 5th ahead of Steve Haynes with drama on the last lap. But drama with 6 minutes to go when Patrick Schweinzer was in the pit lane, tried to fight his way back, but ultimately, I think with broken suspension on the front end, couldn't make it happen and finishes a couple of laps off qualification. That is the big story here as we go into the lunch break. That Patrick Schweinzer, defending champion and the local man, has not made the semi-final. Not made the final, I'm afraid. Patrick Schweinzer, well. Almost would have put your house on that. Well, if you were, you'd be sleeping rough tonight, as Schweinzer is out. And on that bombshell, as has been said in the past, we'll leave you for our lunch break. I'm going for a lie down in a darkened room and a rub down with some chilled halibut oil. We'll be back for the driver presentations and the main A finals for both 2 and 4-wheel drive at a little before 2:30 Central European time. And I hope you'll join us then for more action from the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros live here from Fairing in Austria. Quite a remarkable run. 20 past 2, we'll be back after this lunch break. Thanks for joining us for this morning session. And thanks to our sponsors Samba, D'Agostini, Model Space and Graphil. On behalf of the whole team, I'm John Hindorf. Enjoy your lunch break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 1.
Lordi, 5 Vorhard, 6 Jenek, 7 Diaz.
Stream. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to our afternoon session from Fairing. It is the denouement of the week's action, and by that we mean that we only have left the two finals for 2 and 4-wheel drive for the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Championships. Delighted to say that the weather has played ball with us this afternoon. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment, but let's head down to the pits, and our pit lane reporter is Adam Johnson. Good afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, John.
And what's going on down there at the moment?
Well, it looks fairly peaceful at the moment, looks fairly relaxed, seems to not betray the fact that they're about to come up to a major final of the large-scale off-road Euros. At the moment, a lot of preparation, cars getting in position, last bit of fixes to the wing for the number 1 car. I think that's Patrick Schweinzer.
It is indeed.
And you can see Michael Matulich and his team down there as well. Drivers coming out now onto their rostrums to drive as well. So
Number 3 coming out is Rick Hofman from the Netherlands. Gets a little bit of a shout. Drivers are allowed to pick where they start, so the number 1 driver, Patrick Schweinzer, closest to us. And of course, as you qualify, you can take where. Interesting that Ken Valkiers went further down. 4 is Tim van der Els from the Netherlands. Michael Sterli from Germany is 5. And they're taking their positions, so only Valkiers out of position at the moment. 6 is Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic. Martin will be on the Elcon MMX. And there he is. 7th is Mario de Bella from Switzerland. Hop Swiss. It is Swiss National Day today. The MACW Club and another Elcon with FG tyres, mix of mainly FG and Martin Kraus, in fact the only one not on FG, he's on GRP. Ulrich Adrien from Slovakia, and he is taking the second from last row. From Holland, Mike Plekerpol is off grid 9 with his Horman HT3 Falcon 3 tuning on the Zenoa engine, and that would leave Sasha Kuss, another Swiss driver from the HV BRS team, on the Elcon MMX at the end. So the drivers are there. Adam, the car's down on the pit lane.
Yep, they're still all on the back bench at the moment, being prepped. The only car that's actually on the pit wall at the moment, ready to go into the pit lane, is of Schweinzer's car, but it doesn't have a body on it. So I don't know. I presume that would not be a hangover of the technical timeout he had for his semi-final in the 4-wheel drives. As I just see Mike Humphreys moving across the track, obviously one of the marshals, one of the British squad, but engines now being fired in the pit lane, so stand by for action.
Thanks, Adam. Adam will hustle back to here out of the sunshine. Let's take another look at the grid. And Adam just off to press record on the minicams, I think, before he goes anywhere else, if he hasn't already done it. So let's take another look at the grid for those of you perhaps just joining us. It will be then Sasha Kuss from Switzerland on the Elcon with the MRS tuned engine. 9 Mike Plekerpol from HMRC Club in Holland with a Horman with the Falcon tuned Zenoa engine. Elcon MMX for HC Racing's Ulrich Adrien. Mario de Bella from the MACW Club in Switzerland, MRS tuning for his engine on the Elcon MMX. Martin Kraus from the Practic Club in the Czech Republic is on 6 with the Elcon MMX. Michael Steely, Horman HT3, he's on 5. Tim van der Els on 4 from the MRCE Club in Holland. RNGP Stage 3 tuned machine. Should mention Martin Kraus is the only one on the GRP tyres. Rick Horman off 3. Zenoa G4Z with the Elcon MMX, and the top 2 also on the same chassis. Ken Valkiers with the number 2 spot, and Patrick Schweinzer shockingly will not be able to do the double. I will say that with some conviction, because he's not in the 4-wheel drive final, but he will have a crack at this 2-wheel drive final for the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Roads for 2015. Now, a bit of an issue here on the far side of the circuit. And that is a car being carried back in with some speed for the number 6, Martin Kraus, the Czech Republic driver. Now, are they going to call a technical here? A lot of people having a look at it at the moment. What do you think? Oh, I think it's broken. Really? Oh, gone behind the wall. They're back into the pit lane and to the paddock area. I haven't heard a technical call just yet, but you've got to assume that that's happened. Let's go down to see if Adam can update us on that. We saw him going back into the paddock area. What's going on, Adam?
Well, I've heard nothing of a technical timeout yet. Everyone lining up in the lane as planned. A lot of frantic movement in the lane, trying not to get in front of everyone, but engines are off, so that would tell me that timeout has been called. A lot of frantic activity down here, and a couple of cars being moved to the back shelf.
Okay, Adam, thank you. Right on the edge of our communication range there, but trying to get the latest from the paddock and the pit lane. You'll understand why we're just trying to stretch things a tiny bit. And well, we'll wait for news of what's going on in terms of the issues in the paddock area. Crowd beginning to gather down to my left, opposite side of our commentary box from the pictures you're looking at the moment. Gives us the opportunity perhaps to just give you another look at the grid. Patrick Schwein's a nailed on favourite here in two-wheel drive. Hotter favourite still in four-wheel drive, but hasn't made the final. Ken Valkirch, the Belgian, running under a Netherlands permit from Rick Hoffman and Tim van der Elst. And then the German Michael Staley. Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic. Two Swiss in here, Mario Di Bella and Sascha Kurtz down in 10th position, with between them Ulrich Adrien and Mike Plekepol. Well, beautiful day here at Fairing as we are waiting for news from the pit lane. It is a 10-minute timeout, I can tell you that now, because I can see the clock counting down just to 7 minutes. Not sure where Adam is at the moment and whether we can still get contact with him. It might be a bit scratchy, so apologies if we get a little bit of distortion or indeed just a little bit of crackliness. See if Adam can update us on what the issue was with Martin Kraus's machine. It was taken back into the paddock area.
John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, I can't quite update you with the problem on the number 6, but I can also tell you that the number 4 of Tim van der Elst is also on the back shelf. So I don't know if that's a recurrence of the problems he had earlier, which forced a technical timeout. Didn't slow the car in the actual race, of course, but I don't know if that's a recurrent issue. I don't know if they're just taking a precautionary. The body's still on the car at the moment. I can't see any crewmen around it, but maybe they're just relaxing, taking this opportunity for one last systems check before we get underway.
Thanks, Adam. Tim van der Elst pulled a technical in the semi-final. Still went on to, obviously, to qualify because he's here now. But as Adam rightly said, it didn't really slow him down that much. But there was work going on right up to the buzzer, to the point where he didn't actually even get any further warm-up laps. Just took it straight out and onto the grid. 6 minutes to go for the 30-minute race, winner takes all. Yes, there'll be a podium, but unless you've come from way back, a podium is cold comfort, isn't it? You want the win here. Touching distance of a European Championship. The EFRA large-scale off-roads for two-wheel drive here at Fairing at the WMW buggy track, purpose-built facility, which once again has put on a fabulous event with the driver dinners and the official opening, all done very well and very respectfully. More drivers than I think I've ever seen before in four-wheel drive. A little bit of a drop-off in the two-wheel drive contingent. And brought to you live here on rcracing.tv by D'Agostino, Model Space by Samba and by Grafil. think Adam's got a little more for us. Adam, what do you got?
I have, yes. The number 6 broke a rear arm out on the track during the warm-up, so that's why the frantic repair work is going on. I just found that out from down in the pit lane.
Okay, thank you very much. And good waving on camera there. For us. I saw that, thank you. Standing just in front of the entrance to the pit lane. We'll see them all off the pit lane before. Adam's standing there just in the bottom of your picture in the white t-shirt there. What's the temperature like down there at the moment, Adam? Because it's been getting gradually hotter through the week, and we were worried about what part dust will play, but barely seems to be a breath of wind out there at the moment.
It's very still out here, I can confirm. It's the sun is baking down. There is no shade, obviously, out here at the Fairing WRC Buggy Racing Centre. The track, to me, has just been getting drier and drier. It's almost completely solid now in terms of the surface. It's rubbered in. A lot of cracks forming now, so the surface is only becoming more and more abrasive, which is probably why we've seen such a spate of mechanical issues in the earlier races, and still taking its toll now in the warm-up before the races have even begun. So it may not be whoever's fastest, it may well be a case of last man standing.
Can you see anybody other than Schweinzer, though, really, in terms of pace? Surely he's going to drive away from this, although that's what we said in the semi-final for the four-wheel drives.
That's exactly what we said in the semi-final of the four-wheel drives. If everything stays together on his car, I can't see anyone touching him. Then again, as I just said, the attrition of this track is only getting higher and higher. The temperature is baking. The sun is baking down on this track right now. Temperature increasing all the time. The surface is becoming rougher and more abrasive. And let's not forget as well, the effect it's going to have on the drivers up there in that rostrum. It's going to be getting hotter in there as well. So it's going to be a case of concentration for them and determination and resilience from the machinery in order to hang through. As long as Schweinzer's got 4 wheels on that buggy, he's winner for me.
It is a 30-minute contest here, Adam, and we have seen a couple of people have to pace themselves to manage tyre wear. It's all FG other than the GRP tyres of Martin Kraus on the 6 car. Is there a case here for taking it steady at the beginning and seeing what you've got left at the end, or given it's a final, do you think we'll see everybody going hell for leather early on?
Well, I think your first option is probably the common sense route to go. But these guys being race drivers in a final, they're going to go with option B. They're going to go flat out. They're going to go and try and make a statement early on. And quite a few times in some of the lower finals we've seen, guys have put the race to bed within about 10, 15 minutes. And it's been a case of, you know, I'm going to set the pace, you lot try and keep up. That's exactly what Schweinzer tried doing in the four-wheel drive semi-final. Didn't quite work for him. But I wonder if you're going to see a few people just take it steady for about the first 10 minutes or so. But the only problem with that is if they start falling too far behind, if Schweinzer comes up to start lapping you, then what do? Do you still try and stay patient? It's very hard not to get the hurry up then.
Just wonder if there's anybody thinking about a tyre change here. We saw it in some of the 20-minute sessions yesterday. It's not usual, but it wouldn't be out of the question, would it, to do certainly a right rear? Takes a heck of a beating round here.
I think the only way you're going to see that is if it's absolutely necessary. I think the only way you'll see that is if someone actually loses a tyre, if a flat goes down. Engines have just refired in the pit lane, by the way. So I think the only reason you're going to see that is because you're going to lose a lot of time anyway. You're probably going to lose around a lap if you pit in any capacity. So I think the only way you're going to see tyre changes is if someone's got a flat, a tyre falling off the rim, and if it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I think you've got what you've got for the 30 minutes, and it's up to you to make it last.
Okay, Adam, thanks very much indeed. We'll let you get out of the sun and back into the aircon as we remind ourselves of the 10 who are in with a shout of the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Two-Wheel Drive Championship for 2015, brought to you by Samba, by D'Agostino, Model Space and Graphil Bodies. Sasha Kuss off the back on 10, Mike Plegapole on 9, 8 Eric Adrian, Mario Di Bella for Switzerland in 7, 6 Martin Kraus, the only man on GRP tyres, everyone else on FG. The German Michael Sturley on 5, 4 is Tim van der Elst on 4, Rick Hoffman, Ken Volkiers and Patrick Schweinzer off the pole position. 5-minute warm-up being called. Again, I was not expecting that, and I don't think the timekeepers were, because they've started the clock for the race. 5-minute warm-up has been called. sneaking suspicion there that the drivers were expecting to get underway. I had to sit myself down again for a second or two. Well, what excitement here this afternoon. Decent crowd beginning to gather as the drivers trail back into the pits on the grid straight. Also behind us and down to our left, just on the final corner. Not a great vantage point from there, but fabulous viewing from the pit straight area, or the grid straight area, should I say. Very hot. We've got a few people on the viewing balcony down by the D'Agostini doubles as well. On the far side of things, there's the crowd down the grid straight. And there on the balcony at the far end, that's a fabulous place to watch from. Little balcony, not much shade down there at the moment, but the drivers are in shade. Although, as Adam rightly said, Adam's rejoined joined me in the booth now. It is very warm out there. Is there enough wind, do you think, getting through to the drivers up on their lofty perch?
I honestly don't think so. I think the breeze is minimal at best, and it's very patchy as well. So you don't really, I don't think you really feel much of the effect, especially up there, especially when you're in such close proximity to your fellow competitors.
So, once again, the usual machinations at the start of one of these highly charged events. The 26cc motors are silent for the moment. Final preparations being made by our the last 10 runners for the EFRA large-scale off-road 1.62 wheel drive final for 2015, with just on 3 minutes to go on the countdown. And the drivers this time surely need to just get their nerves settled down. We have seen people stalling off the line and having to make good their positions. Sorry, just dealing with a wasp. So Schweinzer will be off pole position, and Valkyr's in second, then Hoffman, Van der Elst, Steely, Kraus, De Bella, Adrian, Plekpol and Sasha Koos off 10. So ready to go for this final. So Ken Valkyr is in second. Can he get the jump on the all-conquering Austrian? Let's get ready to go racing. 30 minutes, 10 minutes longer than we've gone at any stage so far this weekend. And I do fear for the left rear tyre, I'll be honest here. I think you've got to be a bit sensible. And certainly if you're down the pack, a more structured run here, as here they come. Pole sitter Patrick Schweizer, then Ken Valkyrs, Hoffman, Van der Elst, Staley, Kraus, Di Bella, Adrien Plekapol and Sasha Koos line up as we get ready to race. Let's put 30 minutes on the clock, and we will crown the EFRA large-scale off-road European champion for two-wheel drive in half an hour's time from now. Great start by Schweizer, gets away. Valkyr's decent in second, and from third Hoffman's right there as well. So the leading three get away. That's their first job done. Patrick Schweizer, this is his local club. Will he make up for the disappointment of not making the final for the all-wheel drive section? Underneath the EFRA bridge, Valkyr's comes through in second, third Hoffman. Fourth position being disputed at the moment by Van der Elst, and Steely is there as well. Van der Elst, a little clash there with his countrymen. Steely in the blue and white car, just coming over the top of the bridge now, but it is the leader and the pole man. Everyone else in grid order. Who's dropped back a little bit? Martin Kraus had the problems, had to call that technical earlier on with the issue to the rear of the car, and already over has gone Sasha Kuss, the Swiss driver. And Patrick Schweizer has taken off, and he's already got a lead that most people would be happy with at the end of a race, never mind at the end of the first lap. He goes through the Graffel gradient, and the battle is for third and down over, and that's a decent move down the Graffel gradient there. The green buggy is that of number 4, Tim van der Elst, and everybody is second, third, fourth and fifth and downwards because they're all together in one large jump. Through goes Valky is in second and up into third. Fantastic move up the inside. Great move by Van der Elst. Tim van der Elst then into third place. He's on the podium right now, but with plenty of time left on the clock, this is really going to be an endurance. No pit stops for fuel here. They will do the trip, but will they last in terms of their tyre wear? That's the big question, I'm sure, on everybody's lips at the moment, as the two-wheel drive off-road large scale for 2015 is underway. Just a couple of minutes in the book. Valky is in second, closing down on him, Tim van der Elst, and then in fourth and fifth, Hoffman and De Bella. Good start from Schweizer to get things underway. Adam Johnson alongside me in the booth. Impressive, he did what he had to do, got away, and Ken Valky is just easing away from the battle for third and fourth behind him at the moment. This is decent tactics, as there's a bit of a contact there, and De Bella just keeps out of the way because he knows he caused that incident. Doesn't want to get a stop and go at this stage, but Schweizer from Valkyrs, and Schweizer has done the first part of his job, i.e. got off the line well and cleanly, Adam.
Yeah, and it's often very easy to get involved in a melee at the start, though. We saw in one of the earlier races, the outside pole man didn't get going, caught a couple of other guys up in his wreck, and had to come from behind. In the end, they did, but if Schweinzer's got to deliver this, he's got to make this basically as easy as possible for himself and learn the lesson from the earlier four-wheel drive semi-final. You don't have to go for world record pace. We know you're the fastest one out there now, but that counts for nothing if you're not there at the finish.
Finish first you've got to finish. It's an old adage, but of course those old adages only come about because there's a modicum of truth in them. Issue in that scrap we were watching, and De Bella, who had been just drafting up towards the back of Ken Valky, is in second place, has dropped down out of third after that mistake there. So Valky has dropped down as well, and as they went through last time around, it's Van der Elst and Hoffman. Van der Elst and Valkyrs rather, with Steely and then Hoffman down into fifth. Plekerpool up to sixth. So the leader well out of harm's way, and it won't be long before we're talking about. In fact, actually, do you know what? He's eased his pace. He's just sitting spot on his lap time at the moment. 43.3, the best lap from him. 43.5 from Van der Elst. Everybody else in the 44s, but it's the consistency of Schweinzer that is impressive, because his average lap time has been faster than most people's fastest. But what it seems to me is he's doing, it's almost as if he was listening to you earlier on, Adam, he's not going any faster than he needs to at the moment to keep that 6-7 second gap.
Absolutely, and sometimes you hear the phrase in racing that people want to win it at the slowest pace possible because it means they'll have saved as much equipment as they can, and Schweinzer is once bitten, twice shy in this case, and you can see in a way, you can just see we've had a change for second place. As that battle continues unabated for them, it's about finishing, well, it's about being best of the rest, but we've already seen Schweinzer have a problem, so those guys are fighting fiercely for second because who knows what's going to drop their way. But Schweinzer's playing this one very carefully. He doesn't need to go into full-on pyrotechnics mode. We saw that in the qualifying rounds. today he just has to bring the thing home. Clearly he has the pace to do it, and he'll be absolutely kicking himself if the lightning strikes twice.
Ken Valke is in third position at the moment. The Dutch driver Tim van der Elst has gone up into second, so Schweinzer 1 leading from 4 in second, Tim van der Elst. Then Ken Valke is in third with pressure now from Michael Staley, the German driver on the blue and white number 5. That's the battle we're watching at the moment down the Graffel gradient. And early on, it seems the drivers are much more confident and prepared to double both of the infield whoops. Valke is just getting a little bit of a gap between himself and Staley. This is the final podium position. Valke has had an interesting race week, as has Staley, but both just slightly lacked Adam the consistency to be challenging at the very sharpest end of this final field.
I think, to be honest, if your name isn't Patrick Schweinzer, you have lacked this consistency. He's the only one who's pretty much had it, and this track is an unbelievably tough one to have that consistency on, especially where the surface has changed so much, even in the 3 days or so we've been here. Started out basically as one big brown blancmange in the wet at start of play Thursday morning, and it's gradually kind of got drier from there to this point right now, where it is incredibly tricky, as Valke has been quietly impressive throughout the rounds, but a lot of these guys behind Schweinzer, and this is another thing that plays into his favour, he's been out front and been able to dictate the pace most of the way. These guys have often had to fight for their lives to get through the qualifying rounds, and there's been a few times where there have been go or go home scenarios for them. So I think in a way, pressure builds diamonds. They will have come through those battles and be full of confidence for the final now.
Coming on to the end of the 10th lap for Patrick Schweinzer, and we'll pick him up in just a second. He's going through the back area of the circuit, or at least the grid area of the circuit now. His next challenge is that shortly he's going to come round to the back of the field. Rick Hoffman, Mike Pleckerpool, Martin Kraus all need to be lapped. Now his gap last time around was 6 seconds at the front of the field, and he's just hitting his marks, doing his times. Another 43.2 last time around. His best is a 42.6. His average of 43.8 for the first 10 laps of the final of the large-scale off-road EFRA European Championship. I really think that he has learned his lesson from that four-wheel drive semi as he goes through the first corner. Imperious driving once again from the Austrian as he starts to gain on the traffic. And that's not me standing on Adam, by the way, that is a small dog barking, if you can hear that in the background. Or maybe I am just bunching Adam. You'd be the judge. He's been no bother, really. Through comes our leader then. There is Schweinzer through to complete another lap. The bright yellow car. Schweinzer then from the club here, based here at the venue for the finals, has completed 12 laps. And waiting for the green of Van der Elst. We'll drop back and see him in a moment, but he's only just on the grid straight now, and now comes into the doubles through the right-handed hairpin. So many hard right-hand corners that are either heavy braking areas or very quick indeed. So Tim van der Elst in second place on the Elcon from the MRCE club in Holland. And he'll be pleased with this. Off grid 4, holding on to a steady second place at the moment as we've come down to the first third of the race. 10 gone, 20 to go. Leader 44.3 that time for Schweinzer, so he's really easing back at a 42.8 for Van der Elst. A second and a half taken out of the leader. I don't think there's any need to panic here though, Adam, is there?
No, not at all, and I think you can absolutely guarantee that if Schweinzer sees even a glimpse of Van der Elst anywhere near him, he's going to up that pace again. And I think what's also not helping Schweinzer's case is that he's dealing with the back end of lap traffic as well. He's just moved past the number 6 of Martin Kraus, who seems to be doing all right now, considering he was one of the cars who called the technical timeout before the race. His car seems to be trucking all right, but Schweinzer is dealing with a lot of traffic at the moment. He's right in there.
Third place at the moment is Michael Staley. He's gone by Ken Valke a couple of laps ago. That's the number 5 car, the blue and white one, which is coming over the EFRA bridge just now. already expertly picked up by our cameraman Frank. Thank you, Frank. And Steely off grid 5, part of the Leinfelden Echterdingen Club in Germany, racing their home in HT3. And again, you'll feel better the further back you start. If you get a podium, you'll feel you've done okay. But frankly, if you're in the top half of the field, you wanted really to come away with the big cup.
Pretty much. You don't want to travel all this way to finish second. Nobody remembers the runner-up ultimately, but for some of these guys, for some of the wars they've had to fight to get through the earlier rounds and the early qualification rounds, the likes of Van der Elst and Steely being just two of them, for some of them a podium will be a great combination of a great few days' work. I mean, there's quite a few names who we thought we would have assumed would have been in these big finals, we would have had nailed on to win. I'm thinking of the likes of Melanie Trotman as well, was eliminated in such galling circumstances last night.
Controversial circumstances,
circumstances indeed. So for some of these guys here, making this final is the achievement. This is their day in the sun for them, but for others, nothing but a P1 will be enough.
So our leader coming round to finish another lap. Steely goes underneath the EFRA crossing. And the Graphil gradient there. It's that right again. Right-hander dropping down. Got to be patient there. A decent run going on here, Steely. A couple of decent laps, although the last one was a 44, had a bit of traffic. Schweinzer easing his pace now, back into the 42s, but still a second a lap quicker than everybody else. And to me, what he's doing here is awesome, as he is just heading in through the final part of the circuit. Pick up our leader again, if we may, as we got the number 4 actually just under pressure at the moment, but that was going past a lap traffic. There is our leader. He just seems to be pacing himself back to everybody else. The Elcon MMX is working well, the MRS breathed on motor clearly doing its job, but he just seems to be doing enough to stay ahead of the field without pushing himself too hard.
No, it looks, his driving at the moment is incredibly clean. You can see it on the screen right now. He's doubling those midfield whoops with ease, and that's the thing about this track. You have to have ultimate confidence to pull off doubling those jumps and doing the D'Agostini doubles as well. It's a confidence track, it's a consistency track, and quite often the guys who have been fastest over one lap have not been the winners of their heats, because you've got to nail a consistently fast lap time. That's where Schweinz has been so exceptional. He's been the fastest in the field and the fastest every single lap.
He's been able to perform in a variety of conditions in the horrible sticky mess that we had in the early parts of the race, weekends, and he's just made a mistake there. Write that one in your book, make sure we've got that one saved on disc somewhere. Actually missed his turning by 6 inches or so. Oh, and another little mistake there as he just kisses the outside of the circuit. That's a dangerous part to do that. We've seen a couple of people do suspension damage there. But how much do you think his local knowledge is an advantage around here in a track that has changed radically throughout the week?
It's going to be a huge advantage because, as we've said, this track has undergone radical changes. You just can't understand, even looking at the track right now, you just can't understand how abrasive it is right now. But this is a polar opposite to how it started Thursday morning. It was thick with mud. Cars were coming back into the pit lane after races as much as 2 kilos heavier.
Yeah, more, 5, somebody said.
5 kilos heavier in some cases. We were talking to Mike Humphreys about it, and he was very enlightening. A mistake there from Schweinzer, though. I just wonder, John, is he getting a little bit of white line fever here?
Well,
this was around the same time in the four-wheel drive semi-final. He had mechanical issues. So I just wonder, has he almost put himself so far up? It's almost like when you've got a massive lead in a cricket match, you've still got to go and finish the job.
Well, he's got 16 seconds on the rest of the field, which is headed by Tim van der Elst. We are at half distance, all bar 25 seconds. And I'm trying to watch from our tight shots there that Frank is giving us, just to see how the car seems to be performing. What he's not doing is flinging the car into the corners. I've noticed he's much smoother than some of the other drivers, particularly on the two-wheel drive side of things. Sometimes getting the front end to turn is difficult, and you've got to really over-rotate the car and flick it into the corners. Certainly that was the order of the day in the damp part of the meeting Thursday and Friday. But it's almost as if he's deliberately, Adam, trying to keep things smooth and save the equipment.
Yeah, and I think to a degree as well, the track is almost driving right now like a tarmac road circuit in a way that you've got to be. It's not a huge amount of loose gravel and dirt on the racing line. It's very, very much. It's hardly smooth, but it's kind of a solid surface now, and it's a very dry surface. So I actually believe more a kind of smooth circuit racing style is kind of profiting for Schweinzer now. Plus, also, as you said, there is a little bit of conservation in there. There's no need for pyrotechnics now. That we know he's ridiculously quick. And the only thing that will confirm it for him is a European Championship trophy.
He is at the moment, the Sebastian Loeb of off-road driving. Economy of movement, not spinning up the rear wheels, not flicking the car into the corner, not even drifting it, not even flat drifting it through that very fast first section. Another 42.9 though, and the stopwatch doesn't lie. Van der Elst was quicker last time around, but only by 0.3, and it's still, well, in fact, the lead is just sitting about 14 seconds, 15 seconds. So he's holding that and just matching his pace almost to the guys behind. Always impresses me in any form of racing, and that's why he's got to be careful lapping people. Always impresses me in any kind of racing that, you know, clearly it's not as if he's got a pit board, but it could well be that somebody's shouting up times or letting people know how close people are getting. So, all right, I need to go half a second or a second quicker. Good drivers in any form of racing can do that. They have that internal clock.
Absolutely, and he's demonstrating that he can do that right now. We've seen that a little bit in the earlier races around the transfer position. If the person in third has felt that they're coming under a bit of pressure from the guy coming back in fourth, they've just eased up a little bit. And as we keep stressing this point, we've stressed it multiple times in this race, he only needs to do just enough to win this thing. He doesn't need to try and lap the field. That's what he was doing in the four-wheel drive semi-final. He had lapped the entire field pretty much by the time he had his issue. Right now he's lapped a few cars, but at the same time he will know he's got 15, 16 seconds on Tim van der Elst in second. No need for him to do any more than that.
Amazingly enough, he's lapped up to, I lapped everybody up to Ken Valkiers in fifth position at the moment, and that's at least once, and he's about to lap Mario Di Bella in fourth position. Now for his part, Di Bella, I'm going to pick him out. It's the very pretty red machine with the white cowling as well, going over the infield whoops now and towards the EFRA bridge. He's in fourth position at the moment. And in fact, he's already been lapped. In the time it took me to look at the timing screen and look back, the leader's gone past him. But what's interesting to me is Di Bella is back on a bit of a mission here, and he's trying to drag himself back to Michael Steely in third position. At the moment, it's 9 seconds, that gap. But that was a good 15 seconds or so a few laps ago, and he'll be wanting to keep up this very good chase. It's almost like the old 5 or 10,000 metres running races. You just take a little bit every lap. There's no sense in sprinting up behind someone and then having nothing left to fight with by the time you get there.
No, and all these guys will be well aware of the times on there, as Schweinzer's just got a little bit involved with the number 3 car briefly whilst putting the lap on. That's Rick Hoffman. That'll be a second lap he's been put on him there, but still going on. But the number 7 doing pretty well, Di Bella, doing pretty well so far. And to be honest, chasing down for third place, that's pretty much what they've been doing since yesterday afternoon. Third
it's the
place
crumbs, isn't it? It's the crumbs from the rich man's table. And the rich man at the moment is Patrick Schweinzer. Di Bella there coming through the Samba hairpin, and his target is the blue and white machine, which is coming to finish its lap now. That's the number 5 car that Michael Steely has. Michael Steely on the Horman and Di Bella on the Elcon. So that's your third place man at the moment. His arrears are 20 seconds, but anything can happen here. We've still got 10 minutes to go. The last third of the race remains then. And remember, we were doing 10-minute quali sessions earlier in the week, so they've still got a full one of those to do. Second place, Tim van der Elst in the bright green machine, is just going under the EFRA bridge and towards the Grafil gradient there now. 44.4 for him last time around against the 42.6 from a leader. 44.4 from Steely in third and 44.1 for Di Bella. It's just all of the other guys, Adam, it's interesting to me. They can all put the quick-ish laps in. They just can't do it with the kind of accuracy and repeatability of Patrick Schweinzer. I mean, you know, Van der Elst is doing a pretty good job. His average is only half a second away after 28 laps from Schweinzer, but clearly after 28 laps, a half a second a lap deficit is 15 seconds.
Well, it's a bit like sometimes we see it in Formula One. I mean, Mercedes dominate races, but sometimes they'll only be 2-3 tenths a second a lap up per lap. You add that over 10 laps, and that becomes
every lap.
Exactly, and that's the thing with Schweinzer. That's what's been so remarkable. Doesn't matter what the conditions are. It doesn't matter probably what the setup is under that car, because trust me, folks, the surface of this track has been at least subtly different every time he's been on it.
No, I'd agree with that.
That's the thing with dirt racing. The surface is never the same. So for him to be able to do that lap after lap, that's where the local knowledge comes in, because at any track, you learn a bit more about the track with every lap you do. And I'd guesstimate, the way he's driving right now, he must have lapped this place a million times.
MRCE club member Van der Elst then on screen at the moment through the Samba hairpin. Big Dutch contingent here who've been enjoying themselves, got to be said as well, whilst we're moving into the last 8 minutes. It's been a very well organised and well received event from everybody in the paddock and pits area. A lot of people, of course, camping here, brought their full rigs with them, do the European tour with the EFRA events, and it's been a good social scene here over the last few days. The organisers have put on Wi-Fi for everyone who stayed over. Brits were all out last night having a very British evening, which apparently included cups of tea and cucumber sandwiches and no alcohol whatsoever.
No, none.
None. As the Van der Elst car in second place then continues to lap. The gap now is 3/4 of a lap between Schweinzer and the rest of the field, at least. Just looking at the minor places, it's Maria Del Bella in fourth, Ken Valke is in fifth, sixth is Martin Kraus, Ulrich Adrian in seventh, Sasha Kuss up to eighth from his grid of 10, Mike Pleckerpol in ninth, and Rick Hoffman with his problems is down in 10th position, but still going. All 10 still running at the moment, and we've got a little bit of a coming together on the far side, and who's involved in that? Well, the leader just about gets through it without any... Oh, and he's turned around. The leader's been turned around by Rick Hoffman right in front of us. He's recovered, I think, but that's exactly what you don't want to see. And now he's got Maria Di Bella is trying to unlap himself there. He's already 1 lap back. He's trying not to go 2 laps back. And Schweinzer has got to be careful in these situations, Adam, because broken linkage or something like that at the moment would do for him, because there's just no time to recover. And this is what we saw before in the 4-wheel drive semi.
Well, how many times have we seen, even today, front linkage arms or front control arms for the steering being disconnected, broken in some way? That's exactly what Schweinzer doesn't need. Most of the time we've heard from the drivers that it's the very abrasive concrete lining to the track. You can just see as he's going around, he's getting ever so close to it on the apex. He's not shying away from it at all, as you can see. And interestingly, I think the smooth surface is actually helping him clear those jumps much easier, because he kind of comes around and carries more speed out of the corner. He gets on the gas early. That's what I'm saying, though. Those concrete linings to the track, they're much taller and much heavier than you'd think, and those things have been what's really doing the damage. So he either, if someone goes off in front of him or he gets involved in an incident, he either risks damage from contact to the other car or risks damage by going in avoidance. But I'll tell you what, in terms of his race line, as we can see with the fantastic camera work from Frank here, he's not shying away from the concrete, is he?
No, he's giving it respect, though, isn't it? And he's not pushing it. We've seen a very different sort of body language on that Elcon MMX. When he's had to push, he just hasn't had to push. And I think this is a very mature attitude that he brings into this. Schweinzer then, from the local club, has 5 minutes before we can call him once again the European champion. He won't do the double this weekend, having shockingly not qualified for the 4-wheel drive final.
Scary thing is, he was actually faster in the four-wheel drive cars. He looked more impressive in those.
I think so, yeah. He qualified better, of course, in terms of after the qualifying, although he was best through the semis. Let's drop back to Ken Valkyr's coming around to complete his lap now, right in front of us. He's in he is in 5th place, the number 2 car. Another one of the MMXs. It's not been Ken's day today.
No,
I thought the long run might be a bit much for him, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from him, but as I say, I wonder if the attrition of qualifying through the earlier rounds, I think that may have got to him. The fact is, he's been in the wars a lot today. He's been around the transfer spots, around 3rd place in the quarterfinals, 5th in the semi-finals, and I wonder if for him, be it making the final itself, not a bad achievement. He'll go home happy with that.
Mario Di Bella is in 4th position. That's that other white and red machine, which currently is just on the tabletop and heading back towards the Samba hairpin. Another surface change there. It's got too much to make up, I think, on Michael Steele to think of a podium. Qualified 7th for this final. I think his only hope now is that Steele has an issue. But in comes Sasha Coots. Swiss have not had a good national day today. Melanie Trotman, you mentioned yesterday, getting knocked out at quarter final stage, or 8th final stage, and that was controversial circumstances, taken out by another competitor. Neither of them qualified, and Andreas Ivo went through. Nothing to be placed at the door of Andreas, one should be said, but Melanie was not happy at the end of play last night.
You can understand, and there was no way. I mean, the organisers applied the penalties where they were needed, but it didn't matter. Neither car qualified for the finals, and I think it's a shame, because I think she could have had a pretty decent chance of getting up to the sharp end of the table.
Move forward to Michael Steele, who's the last of the runners on the podium. That's the number 5 car. And he, at the moment, is going through the infield whoops. Just makes a slight mistake there. Much more of that required if Mario Di Bella is to make... Oh, and he's over on his roof. Now, this is exactly the opportunity that Di Bella needs. And here comes Di Bella in the 7. He's on the same piece of straight. Oh, unfortunately gets involved with a car that's lapsed down. That's Rick Hoffman. But that was exactly the sort of opportunity that the 7 needs. And all of a sudden, with just a minute and a half to go, there's hope for Switzerland and for the 7 of Mario Di Bella as he comes through to perhaps challenge for 3rd position. No one's going to stop Schweinzer. Van der Elst is a lap behind the leader, but a lap ahead of everyone else, pretty much. So it's not been a bad drive from Tim van der Elst, and on many days it would have been good enough for a championship, Adam. But today, as the leader comes down to start his anti-penultimate lap, it's just been the Schweinzer show, but still 3rd position is under threat. Here's the 4th place driver coming through now.
Mario Di Bella should be given credit for pushing on. It must have looked like for a long time in that race, just gets into the outside wall, just a tiny bit on the outside of, we're calling it turn 1, even though it's before the starting grid. But I think Di Bella has been had absolutely right attitude, and I think Tim van der Elst has also had the right attitude, in that you can only go as fast as you can and try and put as much pressure on the guy in front, because van der Elst has known the whole race that if Schweinzer has another mechanical problem, he wants to be there to capitalise. Unfortunately, this time, Schweinzer has been pretty much bulletproof the whole way. And as for the battle for 3rd, I think Michael Steele just having a little bit of white line fever. They're fairly close together on the track. Steele just coming through the final corner now. And there's Di Bella showing on the screen. So I think Di Bella's just going to come up just a little bit short as the checkered flag is out. Rick Hoffman is the first person to take it, but obviously he's multiple laps down in 9th. But I feel like the battles for 1st and 2nd and the battles for 3rd and 4th have been fairly similar.
So we await the crowning of a champion for the 2015 large-scale off-road European Championships. The EFRA sanctioned series is going to go the way of the local man, Patrick Schweinzer, from the club here, with a little bit of a donut on the line. He's got plenty of time to do that, and he's gone through, and he wins it. Tim van der Elst will be confirmed in second, Michael Steely in third, and what a fabulous run from Patrick Schweinzer. He won't get the double today, but he is EFRA large-scale off-road European champion in two-wheel drive. Magnificent driving there. He did exactly what he had to do. And let's give you a quick look at the results. Confirmed then for Tim van der Elst, excuse me. Afraid that can't do that. There is our champion then with the trophy. Magnificent stuff from our winner, confirming Patrick Schweinzer takes the victory ahead of Tim van der Elst in second and Michael Steely in third. No joy for second and third qualifiers, Valkiers and Hoffman. Hoffman finishing last of the 10. And with any luck, in a moment's time, we should be able to go down to Adam Johnson, who is trying to grab a hold of our European champion for 2015, live on RC Racing TV with Samba, with D'Agostini, Model Space, and with Graffil. Well, not so much of a spectacle, I'm afraid, except that we can marvel in the driving talent of our winner. Just getting him down from the driver's stand right now. Adam, down to you. Well, Adam's still trying to get
Hello, John.
himself sorted. Yeah, go ahead, mate. You got the winner.
I have got Patrick Schweinzer right here, and I don't think anything is going to wipe the smile off this boy's face anytime soon. That was a perfect drive. How are you feeling? You two-wheel drive European champion.
Jak to cítíš? Být nejmladší a nejlepší v Evropě. It's very good. Pocit? No, co je tvůj cit? It's very good cit and this is best for me. He feels wonderful. He feels great and wonderful. Cannot believe it still.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, the jubilation must be matched. After that four-wheel drive semi-final, what was the strategy going into this one? Was it literally a case of, you know, you're probably the fastest guy out there, just bring the thing home?
I think you're interviewing the wrong guy because he is not the winner of this race.
Oh, is he not? I thought he was.
No, but he is European champion, I think, as youngest guy.
Okay, so
Champion as well.
right, so we've still got a champion down here, but we need to find Patrick Schweinzer.
Sure, but I think so.
Well, we need to find Patrick Schweinzer in that case. He must be around here. He's probably in the middle of all that crowd.
I think he's somewhere there. Robert!
I'll let you get in there. In you go, Adam.
But I think
See if we can get him.
Okay. My apologies about that. Sorry, a bit of a breakdown in communication down here. I ended up interviewing the wrong guy. It's a bit like that episode of BBC News where someone turned up to the wrong studio. Hang on, I'll just try and find him. He's
That was Martin
somewhere in
Krause,
here.
I think, that you were
Yes,
talking
I
to
think
there.
so. Right, hang on. Let me see if I can find Patrick in amongst all this.
We'll allow our roving reporter to get down to the pit lane as we get ready for four-wheel drive finals. Before we switch over to concentrating on that. We'll see if we can get a little bit of news from down in the pit lane. Been a fabulous event, and the weather perfect here for this afternoon. Breeze just picking up nicely from the perspective of keeping the dust down. Let's go back down to Adam, who I think now has got Patrick Schweinzer, our winner.
I wish I did, actually. He's in the middle of this lot somewhere and proving to be very popular. I think the podium ceremonies are coming up very soon, so I'll grab him then once he's done with that. But at the moment, he's got a lot of people congratulate him on job well done.
He's in the pit lane, I'm being told. So, come on down, Adam. And let's go with our winner.
Got the right guy this time, John. You'll be pleased to
Turn
know.
him round to face the camera as well.
Patrick, smile for the camera. You two-wheel drive European champion. How does that feel?
Ja, einfach klasse. Alles perfekt gegangen.
It says it was perfect, yeah.
Yeah, it was a perfect race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was the strategy any different after the four-wheel drive semi-final early? Was it just a case of bring the thing home?
War die Strategie anders?
Ich bin einfach mit Hirn gefahren, nicht der schnellste, einfach ohne Fehler.
He said he drove consistent and he doesn't want to make any mistakes and he wants to bring the victory home, yeah.
That's exactly what he did. So, well done, Patrick. You're two-wheel drive European champion. Thank you very much.
Nicht so schnellster, not so quick as he needed to. Just controlled that one. And thank you to our translation services as well. So confirmation then of the win for Patrick Schweinzer from Austria. From this club, more silverware for the WMW Fairing Club here in Austria. Tim van der Elst and Michael Steele making up the podium. We can turn our attention now then to the four-wheel drive final. And the A-main coming up shortly in the sunshine here. I expect a little bit of a gap. There'll be some presentations, etc., to go on down there. Photographs to be taken. The official presentations coming later on after we go off the air. But stay with us for the four-wheel drive. And what we can do is give you the grid lineup for this, which is missing a name we've just been mentioning a lot. Patrick Schweinzer, not there. Didn't get through the semi-final. 6 minutes to go of the 20. Had a technical issue. Came back out and tried to get into the top 5. Couldn't do it. In fact, I even damaged the front end of his car. The left front suspension was completely disconnected from the shock absorber. He was still quick though. So that leaves the door open perhaps for former champion Dario Vizelli, or will Tim van der Elst have a chance? Second already in the two-wheel drive. What will the experience of that last 30 minutes be able to give him for this next run? How much has he taken out of himself? Yeah, Jörg Michael Tiet, man who we used to seeing 8th as well. The third place qualifier. And in 4th position, it is Ken Valkius again, someone who has been out in that final. Pekki Heikkilä from Finland in 5th. Philip Jacey from Switzerland in 6th. And Felix Horens also from Switzerland in 7th. Well, they have a better Swiss national day than their countrymen earlier. And then 2 Finns, Felix Horens and Pekko Ivanen. Pekko Ivanen and Juni Hiltonen. And Sven Rodevald makes the final after losing his best qualifying time by not marshalling in one of the earlier heats, but he's fought his way through to it. Bit of a do or die for him in the semi-final when in the last third of a lap He made his way through into 5th, literally 2 corners, 3 corners from the end, to give him a chance of glory in this final. He would think he should have been there as of right, and he's had to struggle through. Might make it just all the sweeter for the German. That's coming up in a few moments' time. Preparations going on down there. I think Adam's still down there.
I am indeed.
And have we got the 4-wheel drives on the pit lane?
We haven't yet. No, there's a bit of work going on in the workshop area just around the corner from the pit lane now. I would assume they are getting these things set up to be as resilient as possible. This is survival of the fittest stuff. I'm having a very good look at the track down here, especially at turn 1. This corner has taken a lot of a pounding. It's called turn 1 for a reason, by the way. Obviously, the grid straight you can see with the grid markers, but the actual finish line is that metal pole just out of the hairpin over there, right under the commentary position. So this is the turn 1 where they've been going incredibly quickly, really rubbered in down here, and it looks like the driest part of the Sahara Desert down here. It is heavily cracked up and very, very uneven and incredibly abrasive. So this is where a lot of pressure is put on the tyres down here. But as we've seen in earlier heats and finals, this is also a crucial overtaking zone.
So the preparations underway for the introduction of the drivers for the large-scale off-road 4-wheel drive final. We'll see the drivers come up onto the driver's stand in just a few seconds' time. Here's a reminder of the grid. Sven Rodewald, Juni Hiltunen, Pekka Ivanen, Felix Horens, Philip Gysi, Pekka Heikkilä, Ken Valkiers, Jorg Michael Tait, Dario Vazelli and Tim van der Elst. And in just a moment's time, they'll get their choice of driving position. Right at the top of that building there that you can see in that shot. If you look very carefully above the WMW sign, you can see there our pole man just dropping his number in to the spot. That was Tim van der Elst. He's taken the 3rd one down. Our second man there, leaning over in the red t-shirt, is Dario Vazelli. He knows how to win championships. 3rd. Now, where is Teeth going? He's coming right to this end. Very sensibly with a set of goggles on there. Jorg Michael. Ken Valkiers goes down to his usual spot, 4 or 5 down. There he is. It's the number 5 of Pekka Heikkilä. 6 in the black t-shirt is Philip Gysi. 7, Felix Horens. He'll go next in, I'm sure. Another one. Oh, he's made a little gap there for himself. That's Felix. 8 will be Pekka Ivanen. 3 Finnish drivers in this. 2 Swiss. German. There is the 7. Felix Horens. And from 8th, Finland, Ivanen. Oh, sorry, they've gone a bit further down. They're just swapping them around. I see what's happened there. That is Sven Rodewald from Germany. So is that the full 10 we've got in there? I think it is. Our pole man, 3rd along there, just leaning forward. You see him behind the chap in the red shirt, which is Dario Vazelli. Tim van der Elst, quietly pensive, just looking away for a moment. And no, I don't know how they do it either, how they control those cars from that distance and get the feel for them. And they do have the feel for them, the way they drift them into the corners, balancing them on the brakes and throttle, particularly with the 4-wheel drive cars. Very important indeed. Let's check in with Adam and see what's going down. What's going on down in the pits, Adam?
Well, I'm actually down at the first corner proper, just beyond the pole spot. I'm having a look at the grid spots. I'm going to have the field coming out of pit lane very soon, right past me. You'll probably be able to hear them.
How's the track holding up, mate, down there? I see you now. You're just down on the bound about the pole sitting area.
I'm actually right alongside the second grid spot, which is where Dario Vazelli is going to be starting. And I can see why people have been having a tough time away from it. Basically, your right rear tyre is right in the dirt, right on the edge of the track. As here come the cars through, As you can see, the normal race line is right down the middle there, and that's where the pole spot is. So not only has Tim van der Elst got the advantage of being on the pole and being right in the middle of the track, he's also on the smoothest bit of surface to get the best traction away. Both the 2 and 3 grid slots have a lot of dirt and loose kind of gravel down on them, so watch for the start. It's going to be all crucial, but it'll be advantage van der Elst from the beginning, I feel.
Thank you, Adam. Adam Johnson joining us for the first time here on RC Racing.tv. And along with Frank McKinney and myself, John Hindorf, forming the team this weekend. It's been a brilliant road trip. And thank you to EFRA and everyone here at WMW for making us feel so welcome. So we're ready to go racing. 3 minutes left. Now, will we get this one without the technical being called? That's the question. Seldom happens nowadays. Everyone wants to take the 10 minutes whether they really need it or not. So Samba, D'Agostino Model Space and Graffel EFRA lineup sees Tim van der Elst on pole position from Dario Vazelli. Michael Yore tight in third, then Ken Valkiers, Pekka Haikala, Philip JC, Felix Horens, Pekko Ivanen, Juni Hiltonen, Sven Rodevald. Dario Vazelli there in the red t-shirt and the dark shades. Tim van der Elst to his right, just in front of the post there, just having a little look. Looks like he's slightly crushed in there for the pole man. There's 3 guys per window, isn't it? Unless you're right at the end and there's only 2 of you. Do you get, if you're the pole man, you get the choice of where you stand. That's why you see them come in and drop their little numbers in there. 2 minutes then. Final words from Adam down there on the pit area.
I'm actually around towards the midfield whoops.
Ah,
yes. Just down there setting up our cameras for this one. And I'm having a very good look at the Graffel Gradient, which is possibly, in my mind, one of the most underrated and most difficult corners on this track, because the apex is the tallest part of the corner in terms of elevation. So that's why you see so many, guys converge on the race line there. And I think that's going to be a decisive area. If this race can be won and lost on a last-minute pass, I think you're going to see it there.
Well, it appears that no one has taken the 10-minute technical, which I'm very grateful to them. And engines have fired down on the pit lane. 260cc of power, 1026cc machines ready to go for the 2015 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Finals. This is the 4-wheel drive A main. With 1 minute to start, it will be a second or two before we get the guys coming out onto the circuit. Normally let them loose about 30 seconds. Go to the start position, we just heard it, so here they come out of the pit lane. And here's the grid one last time before we go racing. Van der Elst from pole, Vaselli, Tate, Valkiers, Haikala, Jaycee, Horens, Ivanen, Hiltonen and Rodevald. That's how they stand. Let's get ready for action. Rodevald, Hiltonen, Ivanen. This is from the back. Horens, Jaycee, Haikala, Valkiers, Tate, Vazelli and Van der Elst. No Schweinzer, he didn't make the final. And we're off and running. Got to go through the valley of the first obstacle there. It becomes the D'Agostini double for the rest of the race. And the leader's already down into the Samba hairpin. And it's Van der Elst in the green and white who leads it and leads it in style. Charging through to second place is the number 3 car, but he's gone right over the top. The leader's gone off. Oh, Van der Elst makes a mistake. Your Michael Teat, very robust and goes through into second place for a moment, but he's had to drop back as the number 2, the blue and orange machine of Dario Vazelli, is through into the lead and will lead the first lap. 30 minutes. Vazelli, Van der Elst, Jörg Michael Teat in 4th position. Ken Valkiers just come out of that other final, remember. Oh, and a mistake there from the 3. And Jörg Michael drops back a little bit. Nobody getting away in this one. Watch out for the number 7 as well. Felix Horrens has made a decent start. Sven Rodewald as well in the green fronted with the pink tail on his buggy, up from the 10th position, but he's just driven straight into, I think it was the 7 of Felix Horrens. So 2 of the fastest starters having issues there. But Rodewald feels he's got a point to prove, I think, having had one of his qualifying sessions cancelled. So it is still, and by an increasing margin, as off has just gone the 4 of Ken Valkiers, by an increasing margin leading. Dario Vazelli already ahead of this battle we're watching now. Valkiers is, Van der Elst is in 2nd in the green, with Teat now back in 3rd but challenging. Battle for 2nd and 3rd on screen now through the final 2 hairpins. Across the line, starting lap 4, through the first corner. Leader comes through. Here's the battle for 2nd. Onto the tabletop. And now down to the Samba hairpin. Van der Elst being attacked slightly on the Graphil gradient there by Tait. Pekka Heikkilä in 4th place. Keep an eye out for the 0. I've got a feeling he's going to fight his way through. Long way this. And these guys are battling very hard early on. Adam Johnson has joined me in the booth. And this is great racing at the beginning, but you've got to wonder how much they're taking out of themselves, their cars, and more importantly, the tyres at this early stage.
Well, it's almost like they've forgotten that Dario Vazelli exists. It's almost like Vazelli has made the run for it, and Tim van der Elst has almost consolidated himself to go, you know what, I'm going to get a double of 2nd places here. But Teat has had a good day out there today. He had that moment earlier on, I believe it was in his quarterfinal, where he completely didn't go from the 2nd grid slot and actually
didn't get off the line at all, did he?
No, and he got rear-ended. And having had a look at the grid slot, I can almost understand why. But he fought his way back up to the top 3 within about 5 laps, which was quite extraordinary. So
he was back to 2nd, actually. Yeah, you're right.
He was, yeah. So I feel he's in a combative mode today, and I feel like he's got a point to prove. Maybe he feels like the setup wasn't quite on point from the start of the weekend, which I think, as Patrick Schweinzer has proven. Oh, we got a big instant. Van der Elst is upside down. He's turned turtle. So there you go. Teat up to 2nd again. And Tim van der Elst, this must be so frustrating for him. This will be his 2nd semi-final where he can see someone disappearing into the distance. And it appears, doing the back-to-back finals, might be getting to him a little bit.
Yeah, Ken Valkiers has dropped out of contention as well, because through has gone Pekka Heikkilä in the blue and white checkered machine. So it's Vazelli from Teat, from Heikkilä in 3rd now, and Van der Elst, our poleman, down to 4th position, ahead of Horrens. Rodewald up to 6th, then Valkiers in 7th, Hiltunen and Ivanen, the 2 other Finns, in 9th, 8th and 9th, and I'm afraid we're still not celebrating Swiss Day, as over has gone the 3rd place driver, Pekka Heikkilä. Philip Chasey down at the back of the field. And does nobody want this 3rd position? So the leader, Dario Vazelli, getting away. That is number 1. Tim van der Elst in 3rd place at the moment, will be cursing his luck. The 4-wheel drive cars, tiny little bit heavier, but obviously lots more grip around the front end. Need a different style of driving, Adam. It's I'm not sure whether you can get away with more, whether it's actually easier or not, but certainly the guys seem to drive them with a little more gusto than we see when the 2-wheel drive cars are out there.
Well, I think it's because it takes a certain style, because, as you know, all 4 of the wheels will be powered and going forward. So you've got the front wheels pulling you into an understeer in every corner, rear wheels trying to push you into oversteer, so they sort of balance out. And that's where you've got to really find the balance on how to race it. If we just watch Tim van der Elst now, it enables you to kind of accelerate harder out of the corners, but it also means turning is a little bit trickier. You've almost got to try and treat it like a rear-wheel drive corner on entry, like a rear-wheel drive car on entry and a front-wheel drive car on exit. That's kind of the best way to do it. And that's why we've consistently seen slightly faster lap times from the four-wheel drive brigade, even though, as you say, John, they are slightly heavier.
Vasily then with something in the region of 6 seconds of a lead over tight in seconds. He is 5 seconds ahead of Van der Elst, who we're watching now. He comes through to complete his lap. Van der Elst has Felix Horrens chasing through, so maybe it is still a chance for a Swiss celebration on their national day. The 7 of Felix Horrens, the MCD RR5 with the Haler tuned motor. The bright green machine of Van der Elst is ahead of him, and that's his target at the moment, and that's third place.
It's very close together, isn't it? This is a battle that's brewing. It's almost like the mentality in this finals has been that of a quarter-final. It's like the third place has been the most important position on the track, but I guess given that in both finals so far we've had one man kind of run off and hide, I guess it's been inevitable. It's the last spot on the podium. Fourth place. What do you get for fourth place if even second place is not good enough for some people?
Beat the semi-finalists, isn't it? That's the same sort of attitude. You might as well go for it. And side by side there and through goes
Nice move.
Felix Horrens, the man from the MACW club in Switzerland, and he's got away. And that's third position, but he's going to lose it again. Van der Elst doubles the infield whoops. Little touch there. Must keep it clean when you're in close quarters like this, otherwise you will draw the attention of the referee. Now you can see now that Van der Elst is throwing that car at the corners, trying to get it to rotate into it, flicking it in, getting on the power nice and early, and trying to drift it down towards the Samba hairpin. Who's the last of the late break as well? Pretty even there. And now towards the Grafil gradient. Not sure this is an overtaking spot, if I'm honest.
I think it's mostly an overtaking spot if someone in front of you makes a mistake. It's very easy to fall off the top of that gradient and slide wide. That's where a lot of chances come from.
Through the bomb hole and into the final couple of hairpins. And Sven Rodewald is the next car back and rolling. The 7 car. Horrens over and Rodewald goes through. Rodewald now in 4th position from 10th. Remember, this was a man who has had to fight much harder than he expected. His qualifying was decent. I think should have seen him directly into the semis. Had to qualify up a couple of times to get to this final. Didn't provide a marshal or marshal himself for one of the early heats on Thursday. And the EFRA official, who is the EFRA president with us this weekend, was very keen to stress that that is not acceptable behaviour from anyone. But Rodewald now up into 4th position. So can he chase down the number 1 ahead of him? It's that bright green and white Van der Elst machine. Let's watch the lap times. Rodewald at the moment not making any kind of inroads. As through goes Vasily in front of us. Then the battle, waiting for the battle for 3rd and 4th. Here is the number 1 now. I think Rodewald's closing in on him, I'll be honest. Adam, he's coming, isn't he? He's coming quickly.
He is, and I think he's a classic example of one of the guys we saw from earlier having to fight their way through the qualifying rounds and at the transfer spots. And I feel like that's given him a lot of confidence. He's had to pass a lot of cars today, so if you tell him this track's tough to overtake on, he's going to laugh in your face because he's proven you wrong multiple times today.
I'd agree. He's a great. Rodewald has driven very well, and he's now almost within striking distance. We'll stay on this then as we're approaching 10 minutes gone, 20 to go. Pleased to see we haven't had anybody in tyre trouble in these longer events. I think everybody's got the idea that you can't just go flat out all the time. Vasily, by the way, is still leading, and leading by some 11 seconds over the 3 of Tait, and then Van der Elst, and this battle are another 7 seconds further back. And there is the battle on screen. Oh, that is tantalisingly close. Don't overdrive the triangular tabletop, and now come into EFRA Bridge. I feel that Rodeval will not be denied as he's just creeping towards. This is very good pace by the German. Rodewald on Tim van der Elst. Van der Elst is very, very quick through the quick part of the circuit. Really got his Elcott impact set up very well indeed, and the GP Stage 3 tuned Zenor engine is doing its job. All 26 cc's working perfectly well. Now here it is though, closing right up at the Graphil gradient. Got to be doubled these now. Oh, super flying from the Rodewald car, perhaps even just over jumping it. Behind them, they're slowing each other down enough that the Ken Valkier's car behind them, who is laps down on this, a couple of laps down in fact, is beginning to become a factor. And Ken will want to try and get back through here, because if he can gain a lap back, he'll then only be 1 lap away from a podium position. Not been a great run in the finals for Ken Valkiers, the Belgian. But this third place battle is absolutely electric. The concentration levels here are outstanding, and Rodewald round the outside of the bomb hole uses the curbing to ditch hook the left front wheel and somehow not spear off at a tangent, defying the laws of physics. Brilliant overtake by Rodewald. That was absolutely fantastic. So great stuff from Rodewald as he heads away from Van der Elst, but not by much. And Van der Elst is having a look back at him. Can he get it done? Van der Elst quick on this part of the circuit as they go across the grid and into the doubles. Just keep our eyes on this for a second as they're onto the tabletop and down into the Samba hairpin. Traffic in the way, and Van der Elst tries to go around the inside. Can he get it done? He can't. Into the Graphil gradient. Onto the infield whoops. And to complete another lap. This is great entertainment from these two. And for a moment, a slight mistake by Van der Elst allows Rodewald to get away. So let's go back just a couple of laps and have a look at how that position changed for third. Watch here, Rodewald gets a great run on driver's right and then immediately cuts in almost a block pass and uses the curbing to help him snag round the corner and take that third position away from Tim van der Elst. Brilliant stuff. So back to the live action as the lead continues to grow from Rodewald. Haven't seen Dario Vazelli for a little while. The number 2 car is currently heading down towards the end of the lap, just coming into the final hairpin now. There he is. It was 13 seconds last time around that he held an advantage, as an advantage over Jörg Michael Tait. Tait runs the slightly smaller 8th scale cars, the buggies, so he's a very experienced competitor. But Vazelli at the moment showing why he's already been a European champion.
Absolutely, and am I the only one getting a little bit of deja vu from the last race? Because this is very much in the same mould as Patrick Schweinzer in the last race. Dario Vazelli has, I don't think, shown the same levels of raw pace all weekend as Schweinzer did, but I think he's known and he's driven like a guy who knows he has that pace in reserve, and he's been very calm all weekend. He's been at the sharp end, But I remember in, I think it was the quarter-final, it might have been the semi-final, he finished second in that, as you can see by the number 2 on his car. And I got the feeling there that he could have won that race if he wanted to, but he knew he had the pace to win the final, and being on the front row was all that counted. And so far, Plan A is working brilliantly.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty impressive all week. I have to say, there'll be no one more happy that Patrick Schweinzer wasn't in this final than Vaselli, because when they were head-to-head, it didn't look like he had the pace of the Austrian. The man with the speed at the moment is Ken Valkiers, who's about to come and unlap himself from behind the leader, I think. Just have a look as they go over the D'Agostini doubles there. Ken kicking up the dust on the outside of that hairpin turn. Now Ken is 3 laps down on the leader, but determined to make something out of this final and just pushing perhaps a little bit too hard. Now let's pick up our second place driver. In fact, he's just about to come on the scene in the all red. That's Michael Tait. There he is, second position, driving the FG Carbon. Should mention, by the way, Dario Vaselli's the only one on, he's like most people on MCTs, whereas Jorg Michael is on FG along with Ken and Tim van der Elst. So that's our second place man at the moment. Done a decent job from the grid 3. The man most likely at the moment, and the man who's just put in the fastest lap of the race, is Sven Rodewald with a 39.3 in the middle of this race. And we've got a couple of minutes to go to halfway. The 0, the number 10 car, is about to hit a bit of traffic, I think. No, he's actually got through the traffic. He's coming down at the end of the lap now. The rainbow coloured car. And that will be another one of the MCD RR5s with the UTZ engine on MCD rubber. And this is a guy who really, Adam, feels he's got a point to prove.
Massively, and that can give you all the inspiration and all the speed you need as a driver. Sometimes you've got to get a driver with a bit of red mist descending to really prove a point. And he's driven absolutely spot on since around yesterday morning. I don't think he's put a single foot wrong the whole time. He's had to ride his luck a few times in the early eliminator rounds, but then again, so have quite a lot of people who have got to this position. But to me, I think the fact he started 10th maybe rode him off in the minds of some other people, but he's putting on a great show out there. He wants to finish the weekend strongly. I just like the fact he's got a nice, it's an aggressive style, but a smooth style. I was a little bit worried when he was behind Tim van der Elst that he was taking really big swings at him and he was going to end up making a mistake that would drop him further behind. In the end, he pounced absolutely brilliantly, and now it's all about raw one lap speed, which Rodewald seems to have in spades right now.
He's got issues with the two Finns, Ivenen and Heikkilä. He should get through those relatively easily. They should be getting told by the race director that they've got a faster car coming through. Here he comes now. This is the opportunity, I would have thought, for Heikkilä just to lift off and let him go by. Well, that hasn't been able to do it so far. That's not a battle for position. Rodewald with a 40.2, 39.8 for Vaselli at the front. Just picked up his pace again. But Jorg Michael in second is still being closed in on. Down to under 10 seconds now. Oh, a little roll there from Rodewald. I feel the frustration. When you get frustrated, you get tight on the sticks and you start making mistakes. The tension is not what you need. And Heikkilä really needs to pull over now and let this 0 car go through, as Ken Valkiers is about to unlap himself from the third place man as well. Valkiers with a great turn of speed. Sadly, I think a bit too late to take home any silverware.
Yeah, just a little bit. But on the point of Rodewald, I get the feeling there, that little mistake at the Graffield gradient, it's very easy to do, but I feel like he was focused too much on the lap car in front of him. And that took his attention away from his own driving just for a second. It's almost as if he was going, can we get this guy out of the way now? And it lost concentration on his own drive. And this track, you almost have to focus on, as if you almost have to imagine there's no other cars out there to get the best laps out of it. And that's why Patrick Schweinzer did so well, because most of the time pretty much was just him out on his own.
But even in the qualifying heats, when everybody set off at intervals or is round the track, he had the ability to find clear air like no one else.
He really did. That was exceptional to watch. And I think Rodewaard right now, as I say, I saw a little bit of this when he was attacking Van der Elst, but I think Rodewaard right now needs to try and get into that mentality and imagine there's no one there. Don't even imagine he's chasing down Tight right now. Just imagine you're on your own and you're cranking out the best laps, not only of the day but of your career. And I think he might have a chance of getting up to second very quickly.
He's being held up by Haikala. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But Haikala is just quick enough to be able to stay ahead without help from the Finnish driver in 5th position. I think the charge, as we're over half distance now, just 8 minutes to go, over 2/3 distance in fact, the charge towards a better position for Rodewaard maybe just coming to an end. He's not been able to get into a position to challenge Haikala, and that to me is slightly disappointing, if I'm honest. Well, now he's beginning to close in again. What's interesting is, though, he's still taking time out of Jorg Michael Tait, who is just on the front straight now, I was about to say. Where's Tait gone? Oh, he's still there. Yeah, he's still there, coming down to the hairpin now. That's fine. Just took my eyes off him for a second. Vaselli on his 33rd lap, cranking out the 40-second laps. That's all he needs to do at the moment, Adam. Doesn't have to go any faster than that. He has got in the region of 20 seconds, I think, ahead of the field. I just wait for Jorg Michael to come through. Here he is, and we'll get a time check on you. And it is 17 seconds between first and second, but only 8 seconds again between second and third as Rodewaard pushes again. This is impressive. Had a few laps behind Haikala, but he's kept his powder dry there and beginning to come again, Adam.
Well, just as we said that, he had a little half spin down at the Zamba hairpin. That's been the way of the world this race weekend, hasn't it? But as I say, I just get the sense that Rodewaard will do. It's 2 steps forward, 1 back for him at the moment, and I think it might be a little bit of not so much frustration, but just a sheer focus on trying to catch the guy in front. And as I say, it's probably would be better for him to almost imagine that he's not catching Tait right now.
There is Tait on the screen.
Yeah, and he's over. You can see the gap for yourselves there, and he's coming down to the Samba hairpin now. Here's a comparison. Here's a guy who doesn't feel like he's under pressure at all, and he takes that corner beautifully.
And we're still waiting.
Rodewaard should be coming in shot now. There he is. Really, really big lean angles. He's getting very aggressive out there, but I think that's been his style so far, and why should he change it if it's worked for him so far?
But his lap times are going out. He's never gone any quicker than a 41.5 second lap for quite some time, because that's what Pekka Haikala is doing. Haikala is pretty consistent at 41.5, 41.6, but Rodewaard was doing 40.8s and 40.9s, and in fact he's just done a 40 flat there last time around. Now that's the sort of stuff he needs. Now down to 7 seconds between himself and Tait, but the issue is going to be when he gets into the wheel tracks of the Finn ahead of him again.
Yeah, that seems to be the issue at the moment. As I say, he profited a little bit from a
and he's got the leader coming round to lap him as well. Now this is a chance. Vaselli's rolled right in front of him. What a shame. That was Rodewaard's chance there. Would have been good to see Vaselli coming up to the 5 and trying then to use the leader coming by to try and get past Haikala. So there is Vaselli. Vaselli has last lapped everyone. Oh, where's Van der Elst gone? Van der Elst is gone.
No, he's still there. He's just coming down towards the Graphil gradient, I think.
Vaselli has not been scored for a lap. Vaselli has dropped out the lead. It's Tait and Rodewaard now scored first and second, and less than 10 seconds between them. And then Vaselli had a 1:07. Yeah, he had a long lap. There he is. So when we saw him there, I thought coming round to lap our third place man. In fact, he'd already lost a whole massive amount of time. Wow.
This weekend has never ceased to amaze, has it?
And who's stuck on the infield? It's the zero. It's the zero. Voreveld's out. Rodeveld's out. Coming back down to the Samba hairpin. And again, it's left rear suspension. You can see it clearly there. What a disaster for Rodeveld. The MCD RR5 with the UTZ motor, second place at that point. And this is going to put Vazelli back into second, but he's over 10 seconds, 11 seconds away from the leader. 4 minutes to go. We've got a grandstand finish with Van der Elst back up into third position. Heikel now in fourth position, albeit 7 seconds away from a podium.
You can understand why he was reluctant to slow down when he was being lapped by Rodevald, can't you? Because he had his own position there and he had his own pace. But this is fascinating now. Tite has not been out in front at all during this race. He now has to profit from that, but he's also been doing a lot of solid laps. But I can just see Van der Elst is not... No, actually, sorry, they were quite close together, but on different parts of the track. There's Tite coming through there. Vaselli, we've known, has rocket ship speed. There's Vaselli now coming over the EFRA bridge, and there is still a substantial amount of time between them. I think that major error, I think he's left himself with too much to do.
Well, another 40.6, but the leader's doing 40.6 as well. And it is 11 seconds all of a sudden. Oh dear. Vazelli, another hot favourite here. Certainly in our minds. Former European champion. And he's rolled it again. If anything, too much grip there. Didn't get the slide. Almost grip roll if we were on carpet, you'd call that. Pekka Ivonen getting involved there as well. Well, this is fabulous news for Jorg Michael Tite. The number 3 qualifier from the FG Model Sport Club. The only man running the FG Carbon in the final, and he's on the FG tyres, and there's only 3 of them running that. And at the moment, they are first, third. And where's Ken Valkiers? Is he 40's way up? No, he's still down in 10th. So first and third for FG tyres against the might of MCD in this all-wheel drive final. It's the EFRA large-scale off-road live from Austria. Samba, the Agostini Model Space and Graffel. Time about to run out. Adam makes his way down to get the interview of the winner.
Race order 32159, 32159, followed by 6, 7, 8, 10 and 4.
So the leader, Jorg Michael Tite, then let's make sure we see him in the last couple of laps. 90 seconds on the clock. The number 2 car just going down through the Graffel gradient on the infield whoops now, our leader, and now over the bridge. Here he comes, round the far side of the circuit, the bright red machine. Down into the hairpin, Samba hairpin. Unexpected victory, I think, here. Fantastic run for the FG Carbon driver. He's taken his opportunity. You can't say anything other than that. It'll be one more lap. Oh, maybe not actually. This is probably his last lap. He can ease his pace a little bit. I don't think he'll want to go through and start another one. 44 laps will be completed. He just eases his pace a little bit. I don't think he'll have to do another one. Coming down to the last 10 seconds before the buzzer. This could be perfect timing for Jorg Michael Tite on the FG Carbon, on the FG tyres, and from the Model Sport Club, the FG Model Sport Club, he's through, and he's our new European champion, Jorg Michael Tite. Dario Vaselli coming through in second place, and Van der Elst in third. We'll confirm that for you in a moment. Van der Elst has finished, waiting for the second place of Vaselli to come through, and he's through. There is the winning car. The number 3, Jörg Michael Teit, wins it. So the results then. Jörg Michael Teit from Dario Vizelli. Tim van der Elst takes another podium. Pekka Heikkilä in fourth position, from Johnny Hiltunen, Philip Chasey and Felix Horens. Pekko Ivanen in 8th, Ken Valkjes in 9th. Sven Rodevald looking so good. What a shame after a great first 2/3 of the race. And let's see if we can get to our new champion. There he is. Adam is up there.
I can tell you he's in a very emotional champion.
Turn him round and bring him to the window.
He's just celebrating with some of his team right now. I don't blame him. He was punching his fist in the air.
Bring the trophy. We want to see the trophy at that window. Come on.
We want to see him hold the gold as well. Come on, Jörg. Grab your trophy, mate. We want to show it on the camera. Shining up real nice. There it is. There's the camera over there. Jörg, try and put these feelings into words right now. You're four-wheel drive European champion. How does this feel?
I don't know yet. Amazing. I mean, just don't comprehend it. I mean, I would just like to thank you. Just huge thanks to Team FG, my dad, my team manager, Otse, all the British team. I mean, everybody who have helped me throughout the years and given me great support. My family, everybody, friends. So happy.
I can see how much this victory means to you. I mean, there was a lot of different leaders in that race, and it looked like it might have been Dario Vizelli's race to lose there. How did it feel when suddenly he made the mistake and you went through to the lead?
Well, my dad said, all right, he has some kind of problems, but I think something happened in the rear suspension around 11th, 12th minute, and the car was riding rear down all the time, so my car was really, really hard to drive whole race. But then I saw that I overtook Dario, and he was pushing too much and made some mistakes, so later on I was just driving safe and tried not to give it away.
Because it was so easy to make a mistake and maybe throw this one away, as we'd seen. But, I mean, you had some tough races earlier on in the qualifiers, in the lower finals. There was one race you dropped right to the back, but have to come back through to second in quick doors. Whereabouts in this race did you really believe you could win this thing?
When I heard that the time was over, because, I mean, I saw how the rear end was not working on the car. It was just sliding around, and then I wasn't sure about it until I crossed the line. So,
at which point the celebrations began, and you can't wipe the smile off this guy's face. Jörg, you are four-wheel drive European champion. Well done, mate. Find room at home for that trophy because it's bloody big. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you, John.
Okay, to Adam Johnson down there with the emotional winner. Well, let's just confirm the result there that says Jörg Michael Teit win it from Dario Vizelli and Tim van der Elst. Pekka Heikkilä just off the podium in fourth position from Johnny Hiltunen. And what a fabulous end to the day. A new winner and a very, very emotional one as well. That's just about it from us. Thank you very much indeed for spending some of your week and weekend with us. Thank you to Frank McKinney, to Adam Johnson, to all of our guys back in the UK, particularly James Perry and RCT Timing, for making sure that we could get our timing to you after one or two issues technically in the early part of the week. I hope you stuck with it and enjoyed it as much as we did. It's been another fabulous EFRA Off-Road European final meeting here at Föhring. They really know how to do things properly here in Austria, and it'll be a big miss if we don't come back here fairly soon. But we're off to France for the same meeting next year in the south of France, hopefully for the same kind of weather as well. But on behalf of the whole RC Racing TV team and our sponsors Samba, Graphil Bodies and D'Agostini Model Space, I'm John Hindhoff. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thanks for being with us live from Föhring for the EFRA Off-Road 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive finals 2015. Bye for now.